Mark Martinez driving the gray pickup today. 639, 106. 565 for Chris G, 122. Dave Casper in a pickup, FTI Performance Lane. Paige McKenzie, Lane Automotive side. All cars to the lanes for their time trials. Plain and simple, everybody to the lanes, please. When we run out of cars, we're going after 50K. Okay, we're out of cars. I see Mr. Keith Woods is in the house this morning. Good morning. Page 481, 142, 632 for Casper, $1.07. Ben Winslow Jr., FTI Performance Lane. Bob Payton, Lane Automotive side. So Winslow 1008, 69 miles per hour. Here's a surprise, I think, to everyone of the weekend. Everybody kind of snickered, well, snowmobile. He's racing no box, and he's racing top. But here's Jeff Janquish. This is no joke. This is a bad A snowmobile. He was the runner-up to Kelly Smith in no box. Richard Kirchen. Kirchen, 475, 145. Janquish, 561, $1.23. Chad Britnell. Nolan Blanchard. Blanchard, FTI Performance Lane. Britnell, Lane Automotive side. Britnell, 630, 107. 635, 104 for Blanchard. Over right-hand lane. Scott Erkson, FTI Performance. 540, 128 for the Nova. Erkson, 554, 125. Steve Williams and Greg Rose will be the next pair up. Rose, right-hand lane, Mustang. Williams, FTI Performance Lane. Bob Kasanka, FTI Performance Lane. The Too Nice Chevy 2. Just a note, he's 85 years old. Tyler McCurry out of Westland in the dragster. .551, 125 for Kasanka. 498 for Tyler Curry at 139. Darrell Pollock, Lane Automotive side. He's from Hemlock. John Erskine, FTI Performance Lane. Pollock 590, 115. Erskine 618 at 110. Billy Farrell, right-hand lane, out of Manitowoc in his 68 Camaro. 69 Camaro. This is Traverse City's Chantel Lawrence. Lorenz. Billy Farrell, 000 light. Great job. 610, 113. The giant wheel stand for Chantel. Well, it looked good. Didn't do much for ET, but it sure looked good. On the back bumper with the 69 Camaro. Here's Brian Croats, FTI Performance Lane. 69 Firebird. Mitchell Hinton, Brownstown, Michigan. $677 for the Pontiac 101. Hinton. $650, 105. Trey Goodson had both entries down until the really short rounds yesterday. Jordan Lipsnowski, Lane Automotive side. Number Goodson 501, buck 36, 583, 116 for Jordan. Rick Laputri, FTI Performance Lane out of Bay City, Michigan. 77 Nova. Pauline Schwed. Pauline 74 Vega, right-hand lane. 555, 124, 628, 108 for Pauline. This is Mike Stokes, FTI Performance Lane. Gene Reynolds, it's 90 Camaro, right-hand lane. Zero light for Stokes. 636, 106. Reynolds, 497, 140. So Camaro, FTI Performance Lane. Six 12, 111, FTI Performance Lane. Mike Nietzsche, left-hand lane. .561, 123 for Nietzsche. .589, 117 for the Mustang. Mr. John Hamilton, FTI Performance Lane in the Mopar. Bob Kelly in the Dragster right-hand lane. Kelly 498, 138. Hamilton 609, 110. Kip Burkhardt in the Dragster. Eddie Hall in the open wheel Cutlass. Hall right-hand lane. FTI Performance Lane. Burkhardt. Now during the day, if you look over right off one of the main return roads right by the asphalt pits, there's an easy up set up with an all-star banner. It'll be Bob Gieben. He'll be here with Lane Automotive. All-star performance. They'll have hats, catalogs, t-shirts. So stop by and say hi. Of course, thanks to All-Star for the live feed. Burkhart, 476, 144. 611, 111 for Eddie Hall. Craig Eberhardt and Pete Brown. Pete Brown, 547, 127. Craig Eberhardt, 599, 114. Karsten Bloom, FTI Performance Lane in the dragster. New car today, Chevy 2, Lane Automotive side. Okay, attention in the pits. If you just left the pit area, the staging lanes, in a black and orange Zuma, so if you just left in a black and orange Zuma, you took the wrong one. Yours is still up here, so if you'd bring it back and make the swap, we would appreciate it. So again, we'll throw it out real quick. If you just left the staging lanes on an orange and black Zuma, you took the wrong one. Yours is still parked up here by the fence. So if you would bring that back and exchange it, we would appreciate it. Stephen Verrett, 658, 102, 522, 127 for Lucas Fisher. Bernie Vanderflog. And the Malibu. Don't have the name of the driver yet. I think I probably know it, but Vanderflog, 592, 114. Brian Horton, 633, 110. Chris Koslick in the dragster. Dayton Vanderflog, FTI Performance Lane. $574 for Dayton. For Chris, $483, 144. Max Moss, FTI Performance Lane, Mike O'Rourke. Thinking it's Michael Rourke. Lane Automotive side. All colors have been called to the lanes. All colors, all cars have been called to staging for the one and only time run. 571, 119 for Moss. For O'Rourke, 602, 114. Burnout for Carrie May. Young lady from Holland, Michigan. FTI Performance Lane. Skylar Drews in the Nova. Okay, if you took the orange and black Zuma, the one we have up here has an Oakley decal on the front of it. The one you have does not. Take a look at your Zuma. They look alike. You just took the wrong one. If you'd return it, they're waiting for it up here at the head of staging. .464, 146 for Carrie May. 610, 111 for Skylar Drews. Now, it was a young girl that took off on the Zuma, so young ladies, if you did ride your scooter and took off on it, you took the wrong one. We're not mad. We just like to get the right ones in the right owner's hands. So look at the front of it. This one has an Oakley decal on the front, and the one you got does not. But it did have when you brought it up here. Schuster, 727, 95 miles per hour. Huntington, 755 at 90. FTI Performance Lane, Doug Kaiser. New Haven, Indiana, 66 Chevelle, FTI Performance Lane. Lane Automotive side, Jeff Picard. He's an auctioneer out of Grand Rapids. Card 669, 102, 608 for Kaiser, 110. Joel Young, Jason Himmerline. Himmerline right-hand lane. Young FTI Performance Lane. Himmerline, 545, 126. 613 for Young at a $111. Nick Lakeys, Brooke Paquette. $138, 654 for Brooke, 105. That's what she had in the window. Kirk Jenny, out of Hastings, Michigan, the EXP. Right-hand lane, FTI Performance Lane, Danny Angel. Now, he put a lot of runs on this Mustang yesterday. Double entered, was in with both cars down to, I think, 8. Well, maybe we'll have better luck with this. We're not having good luck finding the Zuma. But we have a fuel cap. If you lost a fuel cap, a Pro Works fuel cap to be exact, I have it. I saw there was an auction here. Maybe we'll auction it off after a while. Mike O'Rourke, trapped out of Homewood, Illinois. O'Rourke, 549, 126, 548 at 126. Out of Greenville, the Nova, Bennett Racing, Steve Michaels, the Nova, right in. Micah's 568, 121. 673, 105 for Team Bennett. Last night, the FTI Race of Champions winner. First time winning for Brad Walters in the Corvette FTI Performance Lane. Jim Davis in the Camaro right-hand side. Walters 546, 126. Davis 523, 133. Sean Carver out of Shelby Township. Jason Volk in the S10. He's from Fort Wayne. Carver 454, 123. Volk 614, 110. Chase McKay, FTI Performance Lane. Jeff Janquish on the snowmobile. Janquish 563, 123, 628 for McKay. 109. Kyle Stockwell, FTI Performance Lane. He's in the altered. Rick Morley in the dragster, right-hand side. having trouble slowing down every run. 586, 146. Stockwell, 584, 115. Here's Rob Lutsky, FTI Performance Lane in the dragster. Corey Selleck, Street Roadster, right-hand side. Lesky, 486, 142, 615 for Selleck at 109. Jason Preston, Lane Automotive side in the dragster. Jim Thurston, FTI Performance Lane. Preston, 480, 142. Thurston, 491, 137. We're going to take a quick look at the racetrack, see what we got. Oh, I see it. Just past the 8th mile. It might be nothing, but it could be a tire killer. Don McGarva, Fresher, Michigan. Dave Casper, FTI Performance Lane. $595, $125 for the Impala. For Casper in a pickup truck, $636, $107. Colin Estes, 65 Arcadian. Elena Haas, right-hand lane in the dragster, of course. At 457, 155, 592, 116 for Colin. Mickey Adams, Blaine Anderson. Adams 6 flat. Adams 6 flat, 113. Anderson 616, 111. FTI Performance Lane, Paige McKenzie. She's from Waterford. Out of Kalamazoo, Amanda Wester. This is the first and only time run session today. All the buildings are open. Stop by, help yourself, get what you need. All of our buildings are open. McKenzie 483, 141. Wester 595, 147, or 495, 147. Keith Helsel, Lake City, Michigan, 67 Nova. Tom Bueller, FTI Performance Lane. Tom Bueller won a 4150 carburetor last night, or yesterday. Compliments of Pro Systems. Bueller 623, 109. Helsel 596, 116. Shannon Poyser and Emma Helsel. Emma in the Nova right-hand lane. Shannon in the dragster. boys are 483, 141, 743 at 92 for Emma. Dustin Loins, FTI Performance Lane. Steve Bueller, Lane Automotive side. Loins 507, 133. Bueller 458, 152. Jim Thurston Sr. out of Holland in the dragster. Jake Foster, FTI Performance Lane. .470 for Thurston. For Foster, 609. .563 for Schmidt, 647 for Terry Ballman. Troy Ridenauer, Ballman Racing. .519 for Ballman, 130. .562 for Troy, $122. Jason Kiefer, Jared Ledford. Ledford in the dragster, Kiefer in the Oldsmobile. .463, 151 for Ledford. $6.36 for keeper at $1.07. Ryan Sparks, right-hand lane. Tom Jones, FTI Performance lane. Sparks, $4.45, $1.54. Jones, $6.50, $1.03. Well, here's one of the racers that could be a repeat winner. Jason Jensen, right-hand lane. Won in 2011. He'll be running against John Cook for this time trial. Jensen, 6:04, 112, 488 for Cook, 140. John Bowes, FTI Performance lane in the dragster. From Monte Carlo's Brandon Lang. Bowes, 483, 141, 579, 119 for Lang. Mike Zednick out of Petoskey in a dragster right-hand lane. Pinkelman is Ryan Pinkelman out of Ohio, FTI Performance lane. Pinkelman, 509, 133, 491 for Zednick at 139. FTI lane, David Marchini. Lane automotive side, Andrew Christofferson. Christofferson, 480. 483, 141. 625 at 110 for Marchini. Goodson, 502, 136, 519 for Fred, 130. Brad Antonioni, FTI Performance Lane. Rock Hoss, right-hand lane. Rock Hoss, 454, 157, just decided to try a double, a perfect light. Antonioni, 482, 141. Jeff Burtis, Pat DeBottis. Burtis in the wagon. FTI Performance Lane. DeBottis in the Dakota. Larry shut the rear passenger door. 643, DeBottis way off pace, and it probably got something hurting. Burtis, 576, 118. That's what he ended with last night. And yes, I think he hurt it. Ashley Cook and the S10 no box car. .504, 134 for Cook, 7 flat. 96 for the pickup. David Vanderbrook. 69 Chevelle. Chevy 2, FTI Performance Lane. FTI Performance Lane, 609, 112, 611 for Vanderbrook, also at 112. Right-hand lane, Chris Fleener, Port Clinton, Ohio. Ben Winslow Jr., FTI Performance Lane. .586, 118 for Fleener. 1015 for Ben Winslow. Rick Wanamaker, FTI Performance Lane and Dragster, backing up. Craig Rose in the Mustang, right-hand lane. .501, 134 for Wanamaker. 627 for Rose, 109. From Lincoln, Illinois, FTI Performance Lane, Christopher Mullins. Gary Fleener, 729. 79 Z28. .451, 153 for Mullins. Fleener, 575, 121. Cody Height, FTI Performance Lane. Jerry Klaus, Lane Automotive side. Cody Hyatt, 624, 107. Klaus, 639, 106. Ken Selleck, FTI Performance Lane, is Michael Howard. Selleck in the Roadster, Michael Howard in the Dragster. Selleck, 586. Howard Michael, 490. Todd Clark, FTI Performance Lane. No box car, right-hand side. .621, 110 for Clark. 565, 101 for Clark. Here's Gramlich in the 67 Camaro. And Kelly Smith. I think Kelly Smith cashed or won in everything he was in. He won the no box yesterday. He was in the semi of the main race, and he won the Todd's Extreme Paint race last night. Kelly Smith had a pretty decent day yesterday. 509, 132 for Smith, 649. Grambling 104. A.J. Ash, one of the men that could potentially be a double winner for the first time. Long Beach, Mississippi, right-hand lane. Bill Swain, FTI Performance. Never count Mr. Swain out of the money. Swain, 455, 150. Ash, 574, 119. FTI Performance Lane, Jacob McNeil, Longview, Michigan. Bay City, Michigan is Mike Marset. And the Stealth. $552 for Marset, 121, 486 for McNeil, $139. Dave Casper and Troy Stone. Stone in the dragster, right-hand lane. Casper in the pickup, FTI Performance Lane. Don't forget, we do have the All-Star booth over there. Stop by, say hi. Got hats, T-shirts, catalogs over there. Of course, all of our buildings are open. Event T-shirts in the souvenir shop. Dave Casper, 633, 107. Troy Stone, 448, 153. Madison McCormick, FTI Performance Lane. Ron Zeller. Lane Automotive side. $485 for Madison McCormick at 140. Todd Zeller, 605, 112. Friday night's winner. No, let me back up a day. How about Thursday night's winner? That'll work. Jordan Parker, FTI Performance Lane. Corey Micah's right-hand side. 149, 152. Micah's 580, 117. Tom Whitaker out of Muskegon, Michigan, FTI Performance Lane. Chris G, Bear Lake, Michigan, right-hand side. Whitaker 535, 128. Chris G, 121. Greg Antonioni, Brent Williamson. Antonioni about the fastest car on the premises this weekend. At 423, 167 is where he went on the trailer last night. Brent Williamson, 607. Dragster 481, 141. 663 for the Chevelle, 102. AJ Selick, Bob Payton in the dragster. .561, 122, 480 for Peyton, 143. John Hamilton, John Parks. Ryan Pachaki, Bob Mandel Jr. Pachaki 502, 136. Mandel 460, 149. Ricky McNeil, FTI Performance Lane. Kip Burkhart, right-hand lane. Burkhart 477, 144. 505 for McNeil, 134. Devin Payton, Lane Automotive side. Jason Volk, FTI Performance Lane. Shannon Poiser, Sean Parker. Parker 438, 157. Poiser 482, 141. Ryan Folk and Bob Mandel III. $512, $115. Mandel. 536, Brian Folk. Spencer Massey, 470, 146. Jeff Jockwitz, 563, 122. There's a Chevette. This is Kurt Harrington, FTI Performance Lane. Will Crawford, NES 10. So Kurt Harrington, 618, 109. Crawford, 642, 106. FTI Performance Lane will be Lucas Fisher. Daryl Pollock in the Camaro, right-hand lane. FTI Lane, Lisa Bowes. Lane Automotive side, Mark Daniels. Bowes, 487, 139. Daniels, 521, 130. Amy Kirchen, dragster. Chris Wells, S10 pickup. Kirchen, 505, 134. Wells, 726, 92. Craig Eberhard in the Oldsmobile, FTI Performance Lane. AJ Kasanka, dragster. 479, 143 for Kazanka. 599, 113 Eberhardt. Danny Angel out of Pentwater. Ashley Cook, FTI Performance Lane, Mason, Ohio. Cook 550, 134. Angel 606 at $113. FTI Performance Lane will be Jim Hamilton out of Fraser, Michigan. Stacy Jones, Fort Wayne, Indiana. Hamilton 461, 151. 518, 131 for Stacy Jones. Right-hand lane right now, another man that could be a double-up winner. This is Matt Cornell out of Monroe, FTI Performance Lane. He has been recipient of a $50,000 win. Brooke Paquette, the 18-year-old, she'd rather like to start off his career in her first World Super Pro Challenge, maybe with a 50 grand win. Cornell 494, 138. Paquette 453, 104. Runner-up last night, Jeff Lepford, FTI Performance Lane. Megan Bonnet, Lane Automotive side. $448 for Megan, 153. Lepford, 530 at 129. Blaine Anderson, FTI Performance Lane. J.P. Schuster and his dragster. Lane Arrow Equip side. Schuster 460, 149. $616, 110. Paul Wolf, Lane Automotive side in the dragster. Mark Martinez, Driving a pickup truck, FTI Performance Lane. Wolf, 516, 133. 642, 105. There's Mr. Cheney in the EXP. Lane Automotive side. Jared Lepford. That's Camaro, FTI Performance Lane. Jared, 652, 103. 637 for Mr. Cheney, 112. West May, FTI Performance Lane. Regal. You're racing Mike Nietzsche. Door slammer chassis fab. Owner operator. Built the Roadster. Built several other cars racing here this weekend. But he's all by himself racing today. Just him and his family. $562, 122 for Mike. 672 at 99 for West May. Christine Kurbitz, FTI Performance Lane. Both cars 479, 142. Craig Vandersloot, FTI Performance Lane. Jeremy McCormick, right-hand lane. McCormick, 451, 154. Vandersloot, 485 at 140. Tim Timmons in the Chevette, right-hand lane. Lane Lepford, FTI Performance Lane. And don't forget, we've got a tent over there, All-Star Performance. They've got a tent over there with table set up. Stop by, say hi to them. Hats, catalogs, T-shirts. Of course, we have ice cream at our booth. That'll be the concession stand for us. Timmons, 646, 105. Lane Leopard, 572, 119. Rick Wanamaker, FTI Performance Lane. Austin St. Dennis, right-hand side. Don Kasanka. Scott Hornland. Scott, FTI Performance Lane. Kasanka, Lane Automotive side. .469, 147 for Kasanka. 481, 142 for Scott Hornland. Chuck O'Neill. And the dragster. Camaro FTI Performance Lane. .452, 152 for the dragster. 481 Camaro, 97. Gene Reynolds, 90 Camaro. Lane Automotive side. Joel Young, FTI Performance Lane. Five flat for Reynolds, 139. 616 Vale, 111. Here's Aaron Vale, right-hand lane. Left-hand lane, Carrie May. $466, $145 for the dragster, $673, $100 for Vale. Brian Croats, 69 Firebird, right-hand lane. Another man that has a chance to be the first repeat winner, Bruce Call, FTI Performance Lane. $474 for Call, $143. $683, $101 for Brian. Larry Miray, right-hand lane, and the Roadster. He'll be running Bob Koski, FTI Performance Lane. Miray, 579, 117, 505 for Koski, 134. Well, here's two racers right here that both have won the 50 grander. Both would like to be the first repeat winner. One is A.J. Ash. And Mr. Fuquay runs up and shuts his door for him. The other, Cody Height. He was last year's winner in the Chevelle FTI Performance Lane. So both of these guys, Ash made it clear on the internet that he was coming to try to double up. The dragster, S10. That's Jerry Kloss in the S10. $481 for the dragster, $143, $635 for the S10, $106. Todd Clark, 655, 103. Warren Smith, 593, 117. Ben Winslow Jr., FTI Performance Lane. Steve Verrett, Lane Automotive side. Jason Himmerline, Lane Automotive side. Car actually built by Door Slammer Chassis Fab. Never come off. All fiberglass replica Camaro. 546, 126. But you sure can't tell it. Jim Thurston, FTI Performance Lane. Skylar Drews, right-hand side. That's Jim Thurston Jr., the upholstery shop manager. So Thurston, 492, 136. Drew, 612, 110. Howard Michael, FTI Performance Lane. Jeff Picard, Lane Automotive side. $490 for Howard Michael. Jeff Picard, 673. Karsten Bloom, right-hand lane. Chase McKay, FTI Performance Lane. Bloom, 485, 142. McKay, 628, 109. Matt Gramlich, Christopher Mullins. Mullins, out of Lincoln, Illinois. Gramlich, out of Maybe. 449, 153. 49 for Gramlich at 140. Here's Mike Gramlich. And Mike Stokes in the Mustang. Gramlich 485, 138. Stokes 638, 106. Right-hand lane will be Brad Antonioni. FTI Performance lane will be Jeff Burtis. .482, 141 for Antonioni. 578 for Burtis, FTI Performance lane. .472 for Kozlik, 147. Pinkelman, 509, 133. Jake Huntington, Matt Hewitt. Hewitt in the dragster, Huntington in the Buick. Hewitt, 482, 142. 755 for Huntington at 90. Mike Marcet in the dragster. And the S10. 485, 139 for Marset. The S10, 653, 103. Steve Smith, right-hand lane, the black dragster. Brent Williamson, the 57 Chevy FTI Performance Lane. Well, if you look at the dragster on the right-hand side, I said it was Steve Smith. Well, here's Steve Smith. They have identical cars. That was Caitlin Smith just went down. They're identical. They could switch cars, we'd never know it. But this is Steve Smith. His daughter Caitlin just went down. So Steve, 485, 141. 499, 137 for LaKeys. Thursday's winner, Jordan Parker. Right-hand lane. Now, a lot of reasons I can't give you a name is because they're double entered and the second entry never shows up. And I am not wise enough to remember roughly 300 cars. So, trouble is, there's a guy out there that's probably one of the best. He remembers every minute detail for years. We're all talking about the great Hall of Famer, Greg Hefner. Parker, 002, 451. 008, 502. FTI lane. Billy Farrell, Madison McCormick. $613 for Farrell, 112, 485, 141 for Madison McCormick. Well, Billy Ferraro gets the award for the longest burnout so far of the weekend. Ryan Sparks sitting back here waiting on him. 448, 154, 446 for Bailey, 153. John Biaggi. Right-hand lane in the dragster. Aaron Vale, FTI Performance Lane. Biaggi 446, 156. 674, 99 for Vale. Scott Taylor in the dragster. Joe Bauman in the Corvette. Taylor 445, 154. Bauman 521, 130. Mike Fuquay, FTI Performance Lane. Lane Automotive side, another man that could be a double-up winner. Back in 1995, Ricky Atkins won the 50 grander. And there he is, right-hand lane. Fuquay 458, 149. Atkins 545, 121. Scott Horland, FTI Performance Lane. Brian Horton, Lane Automotive side. All our buildings are open, by the way. So stop over, grab yourself an event t-shirt, ice cream, chicken strips, burgers, fries. We got them all. I don't think we got any cherry pie, but not sure of that. Scott Hornan 480, 142. 635, 108. John Bowes in the Corvette, FTI Performance Lane. Sean Parker, right-hand lane in the dragster. But wait, I see Sean. Or no, I got it. I see it. 139. 127. There's Greg Antonioni. Fastest car on the property. Chuck O'Neill in a Mustang. FTI Performance Lane. For Antonioni. O'Neill, 667, 102. There's Jacob McNeil in the dragster out of Longview, Texas. And Joe Kerner, Merritt Island. So final call for time trials. Final call for time trials. If you have not had your time run today, you need to get to staging. For Kenner, 139. For McNeil, 485, 139. No box 32 to the lanes, please. No box cars. Lanes 3 and 4. No box cars. Spencer Massey, 471, 146. Chris Wells, 616, 111. So no box cars to the lanes, please. Lanes 3 and 4. Nick Folk, right-hand lane. Pontiac, FTI Performance Lane. .607 FTI Performance Lane, 573 for Folk, 119. Mike O'Rourke, Brad Walters. Walters 550, 126. O'Rourke 552, 125. Brandon Lang. Monte Carlo, right-hand lane. Dragster, left-hand lane. 452, 153. 557 for Carver. Will Crawford, last night's winner. They actually had so much trouble because teeth were off the flywheel of Will's car. They kept it, got it running each and every round. Almost didn't get it out of the winner's circle. They fixed that last night. Well, everybody else was maybe partying or whatever. They fixed the car. Here's Will back for $50,000 today. At least he'd like to try. Well, a couple 150 other people. Brian Polk, he's one of them. There's a great 00, triple O light for Polk, 003 for Crawford. Well, John Parks. $513 for Parks. Colin Estes out of Rockford, Illinois. $497, $138. Scott Lemon, Gallatin, Tennessee. Now, by the way, if you have any products that you need from Scott, dragraceresults.com, or Drag Race Solutions, they'll be leaving first thing in the morning. So if you have any apparel or anything from them, you'll need to pick it up tonight. They'll be leaving tomorrow. Just be advised that anything you may have from them that you need to pick up today. $458, $152 for Scott. Here's Megan Lemon from Gatlin, Tennessee. Dental hygienist. So Lemon, 455, 152. Aaron McCullough, FTI Performance Lane. Out of Tiffin, Ohio. Temperance, Michigan is where Kirby McClanathan calls home. Right-hand lane. McClanathan, 439, 159, 474, 144. Here's Art Reed out of Kokomo, Indiana in the Chevette this time. And Corey Micah's right-hand lane. Micah's 580, 117. Reed, 652, 104. Tony Eccles, 76 Arrow, right-hand lane. Nick Folk, FTI Performance Lane in the dragster. Nick Folk, 454, 656 for Tony. .478 for Scott Taylor, 147. Well, all our buildings are open. We've got ice cream, all kinds of food. Grab it right now. We're ready to go into eliminations momentarily as soon as Mike gets done dressing a track. So everybody, go take a look at our event T-shirts. Walk by the All-Star booth if you want to. He's over there. I'm looking straight across at him at the grass in between these roads. And we'll be right back. Double door cars, lane 7 and 8, please. Double door cars, lane 7 and 8. Double door cars, lane 7 and 8. Double door cars, lane 7 and 8, please. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if we could. At this time, it's not what you think. I'm going to fool you. But it is going to be that briefly. At this time, we'd like to take a moment and think about all of our friends that we have lost in drag racing this year in the drag racing community. We're not going to name them all, but we all know that all of us have lost some close friends in the drag racing community. So here at the Mid-Michigan Motorplex, we'd like to thank you and take a moment to remember all of the friends we've lost in drag racing. Thank you very much. And at this time, ladies and gentlemen, please, now's the time. Every week, rise and let's honor the national anthem of the United States of America. Thank you to all the veterans, men and women who have served our country. My personal thank you. In and buckle up, drivers. We're ready to go racing. Doubles and yellow door cars. Double entries and yellow door cars. To the lanes, please. Doubles and yellow. Well, this is the no-box portion of the racing. 32 cars entered for no box. We have 32 cars here. Actually, one of the cars broke last night and won't be back, so we have 31. Also added to the prize money, semifinalists will each receive a $100 gift certificate to All-Star. Compliments of the Mid-Michigan Motorplex. Jake Huntington, FTI Performance Lane 756. Belleville, Michigan racer. He's in the Buick Roadmaster. Out of Caliva, Michigan. Semifinalist last night, Travis Marlin. Marlin, 697 in the pickup truck. Round one by run. Jacob McNeil, if there's a by run in round one, you will get it. Win light goes to Jake Huntington, 756, dead on 2. 701 for Marlin. Marlin had a better reaction time. I think he may have tapped a brake. Skylar Drews and Jeff Wistinghausen the second come to the line. Wistinghausen, FTI Performance Lane. He's a real estate investor out of Belleville, Michigan, 682. Drews, he's dialed 612. Again, Jacob McNeil, if there's a buy run in round one, you will be it. Wistinghausen breaks out, giving the win to Skylar Drews. Drews a dead 2, 612, and he'll move on to round number 2. Last night's winner in this category, Kelly Smith, 509. Lane Automotive side. Mark Martinez, FTI Performance Lane, and the pickup truck, 642. Martinez goes 003 red. Kelly Smith, 507 on a 509. Doesn't matter, he gets the win. So Alex Shealy, the Camaro, 621's his dial in. So Alex was a semifinalist last night. His throttle's hung. If he starts it, guys, you might want to get out of the way. Okay, good. We're going to push it back. The throttle's hung. So that'll give Joel Young the buy run, or the single, broke single. What a tough break. Alex was in the semis last night. .614, dead 7. Jason Kiefer, FTI Performance Lane. Stephen Brett, Lane Automotive side. Brett out of Panama City, Florida. Kiefer out of St. John's, Michigan, 638. Kiefer, 639 on a 638. Brett, 662 on a 660. 002 margin of victory. Ben Wenzel Jr., Corey Selleck. Winsel in the Cavalier. Selleck in the Roadster. 6:19 and 10:19, 4 seconds difference. Selleck gets the win, 6:22 on a 6:19, a breakout by 4th thou for Ben Winsel. Emma Helsel, Blaine Anderson. Light goes to Anderson, 6:19 on a 6:17. Helsel, 7:45 on a 7:43. Cody Raymer in the pickup, FTI Performance Lane, 6:53. Warren Smith in his Mustang, Lane Automotive side. Both of these guys are from Temperance, Michigan. Means I guess they know each other. Although, you know, you might not. Warren Smith, 593 on a 592. Raymer, 651 on a 653. This is the 69 Barracuda of Tom Artakis Jr. Not really, he borrowed the car. Evidently broke the Barracuda, so here he is. And Mark Daniels in the Camaro right-hand lane. Well, the dial-in was wrong. We see it as 699, but it's 664, and the reason we see it that way is the dial-in board, believe it or not, you can't make this up. It's upside down in the window. So from our view, it's one number. You gotta love drag racing, I'm telling you. Don't get no better than this. .68 on a 664. Tom Artakis Jr. gets the win in a borrowed car. Mark Daniels, 732 on a 729. FTI Performance Lane, Jake Foster, Chevy 2, 608 the dial-in. Right-hand side, Ken Selleck out of Fenwick. 588 is his dial-in. Jake Foster gets the win, 611 on a 608. Selleck was dead on, but not good enough on the light. There's Mickey Adams and Mike Stokes comes to the line. Adams, 601 for the 67 Camaro, Lane Automotive side. FTI Performance Lane, Mike Stokes. Stokes in a Mustang, usually drives a Mopar. Winner goes to Mickey Adams, 604 on a 601, 639 for Stokes on a 638. Jeff Janquist, 563. Ron Emery, FTI Performance Lane, 542. So Emery, 542, dead on. Snowmobile had the better light, broke out by 1/100th. Brent Williamson, Chad Britnell. Britnell, 51-year-old technician out of McBain, Michigan. He's in the Fairmont. Grand, Illinois is Brent Williamson, 23-year-old. Says he's a driver, 57 Chevy. Williamson gets the win. Great 007 light. 614 on a 609. Britnell, 636 on a 632. Kirk Cheney, FTI Performance Lane. Dow 638, 607 for Michael Rourke Jr. from Westland. Michael Rourke Jr. gets the win, 608 on a 607. Cheney is dead on his dial with a 6, but didn't work. Here's Brooke Paquette, 654. Lane Automotive side. Scott Erickson, FTI Performance Lane. Scott's in at 556. Goes to Brooke. Great 008 light, 659 on a 654. Mike Gramlich got the bye. There's normally not a bye, but because we had a car break, Scott Horland broke his car. He couldn't make it. And we have no substitutes, so there's a bye. sandwich. $648 on a $649, 3,000th breakout. Jacob McNeil with the dragster. You will have the buy in round number 1 if there is one. Jacob McNeil. You will have the buy in round number 1 if there is one. FTI Performance, Danny Angel, 606. This is in the $50,000 race. Eddie Hall, 613. Eddie Hall goes red. Danny Angel gets the win. 610 on a 606. Jerry Klaus. Kurt Harrington. Kurt, FTI Performance Lane, 619. Klaus, 637. Klaus from Wisconsin. Random Lake, Wisconsin. Muncie, Indiana is where the Chevette calls home. Harrington gets the win as Klaus goes red. 619 dead 6. David Marchini, AJ Ash, one of the people that could be the first repeat winner of the Todd's Extreme Paint World Super Pro Challenge. AJ's out of Long Beach, Mississippi. David Marchini, FTI Performance Lane from Grand Rapids, Michigan. AJ won in 2014. David Marchini gets a win. $627 dead 9 as Marchini beat Ash 0001 with the lights. 003 for Ash. I think he might have, well, don't need to say it. Taylor Cook, Daryl Pollock in a Camaro, right hand side, 591. 683 for Taylor Cook out of Mason, Ohio. Win like Taylor Cook, 685 on a 683. 596 on a 591 for Pollock. Brian Croce, 683. Dial in right-hand lane for the Firebird. Cody Height. Now, this is one of the repeat winners, but not in this car. This is the 85 Monte Carlo from Farmington, Michigan. Dial 625, FTI Performance Lane. Cody Height, 008 light, did 1. That's a 9 package. Brian breaks out, 681 on a 683. Here's Greg Rose out of Lake Ann, Michigan. And out of DeWitt, Mike Nietzsche, FTI Performance Lane in the Roadster. Red light for Rose. Nietzsche 004 runs dead 6 for a 10 package. He'll pick up the win. Rose dead 3, but he went red. Jason Jensen, another former winner of the 50 grander. And Wes May. Wes May, FTI Performance Lane, 673 out of Greenton, Indiana. 82 Regal. Jensen, the Malibu, 608. Jensen just ran a 603 on his 608. Way under. 673 dead on for Wes May with a 1 with a 005 red light. Todd Clark, Brandon Lang will be the next pair up. Clark, FTI Performance Lane, Muncie, Indiana. Lang, 580 in the 84 Monte Carlo. Double breakout, win light, Brandon Lang breaks out by 2 thousandths. Todd Clark breaks out by 6. Brandon Lang moves on to the round of 16, or 16. Jason Volk, FTI Performance Lane, Fort Wayne, Indiana, 616 for the pickup truck. Brad Walters, 551. Jason Volk, 001 light, 617 on a 616. Dead on 551 on a 551 with a 5 for Walters. 001 margin of victory. Chase McKay, Sean Carver. Carver, right-hand lane, 558. He's from Shelby Township, Michigan. From Romulus, Michigan, Chase McKay in his Camaro. Carver 006, 559 on a 558 for the win. 629 on a 628, losing effort for Chase McKay. Here's a Monte Carlo out of Benzonia, Michigan. FTI Performance Lane, 652, the dial in for Nolan Blanchard. Right up in the same area, Steve Micas from Ashley, Michigan. And a 72 Rally Nova, 569. Win light goes to Micah's, 572 on a 569. Had a 13 light, just drove it through. Green door cars to the lanes, please. Green door cars to the lanes. Green colored cars to the lanes, please. How about green colored stickers? We got enough green cars. How about green colored stickers to the lanes, please? Rick Laputri, FTI Performance Lane, 557. Jason Himmerline, 547. 5:47 the winner, Jason Himmerline. Better reaction time to Laputre. He runs a 5:59 on his 5:57. So Himmerline moves on. Chris Fleener, 5:86 for the Port Clinton, Ohio racer, Lane Automotive side. Chuck O'Neill in the FTI Performance Lane, 666 his dial in. He's from Macomb, Michigan. Fleener, 5:87 on a 5:86. He had a 13 light. 001 for O'Neill. He runs a 6:68 on a 6:66. Bauman Racing Corvette, 5:21. Craig Eberhardt in the Oldsmobile. The Cutlass, FTI Performance Lane, 5:98. Red, Eberhardt. Gets a win, 6:01 on a 5:98. Matt Brower, FTI Performance Lane. Jeff Picard out of Grand Rapids, Lane Automotive side. Brower and Picard getting carefully ready to stage. Billy Farrell, right-hand lane. Bernie Vanderploeg, FTI Performance Lane. Better reaction time? Billy Farrell. Win light, Billy Farrell. 6:16 on a 6:13. 6:04 on a 5:94 for Bernie. Dave Casper in a pickup truck, FTI Performance Lane. 6:34 is his dial in. He'll race Jim Davis. 5:24 the dial in for Davis. And the 000 gets the win, 6:35 on a 6:34. 007 light, 5:27 on a 5:24. So Dave Casper picked up that win as Lane Ledford comes to the line. FTI Performance Lane, he's from Stanton, Michigan, 5:72. 5:02 for Gene Reynolds in his Camaro, Lane Automotive side. Langford gets the win, 575 on a 572 at 008 light. Reynolds missed a tree and broke out by 4,000, so he found a couple of ways to give it back. Gary Fleener, Fort Clinton, Ohio, 575. Carl Greaves from Gladwin, Michigan. Wild painted Chevy 2, FTI Performance Lane 6 flat. This is his first day with us. Decided to come out and try for $50,000. Winlight Fleener, 580 on a 575, another perfect light. 607 on a 6 flat for Greaves. Doug Kaiser, FTI Performance Lane from New Haven, Indiana. 611's a dial in. 66 Chevelle. Corey Micus and his 64 Chevy 2 from Bear Lake. 580. Micah's 583 on a 580 for the win. Doug, 615 on a 611. 85-year-old Bob Kasanka, FTI Performance Lane 552. Ricky Atkins, winner of the second World Super Pro Challenge. He could be the first double winner. Kind of a joke, but he won it last millennium. Winlight, 552 on a 552, dead 2 for Bob Kasanka. Breakout by 1/1000ths, trying to get there was Ricky Adkins. Here's Tim Timmons, 647 the dial in for the Chevette. He's from Indiana. And out of Tipton, Indiana, is Troy Ridenauer. Ridenauer, FTI Performance Lane, 562. 647 for Timmons. Timmons goes red, 002. Troy, 005 good, still breaks out, but only by 2 thou. He'll get the win. Larry Miray, 580 right-hand lane from Memphis, Michigan, Mustang Roadster. He'll be racing Jeff Burtis. He's from Hemlock. 578 the dial in for the Malibu. Burris gets the win. Miray goes red. Jeff was 007. Breaks out by 7. Scotty Batyat. John Hamilton. Hamilton 589, FTI Performance Lane. Batyat 516 in the pickup truck. Gets it won by 0001. 589.4 on a 589, 516.1 on a 516. Wow. Lance Craft, Aaron Vale in the Firebird, Lane Automotive side, 674 is a dial in. Craft, 549, FTI Performance Lane. Kraft gets the win. 5:51 on a 5:49 at a 20 light. Vail had the better light, but broke out by 6 thou. So Kraft moves on. Of course, this is a buyback round. John Parks in the Camaro Roadster, 513's the dial in. Steve Smith, 564. Insurance Man, FTI Performance Lane. March 001 red. Dead on for Steve Smith, 564 on a 564. Well, now here's one of those races, could happen any given weekend, but no, they have to do it for $50,000. Jared Ledford, Lane Automotive side, 652. Jeff Ledford, FTI Performance Lane, 530. Jeff Ledford, runner up last night. Goes to nephew Jared. 653 on a 652 with a great 007 light. Jeff, 532 on a 530. Chris Wells in a pickup truck, FTI Performance Lane, 728. Mike O'Rourke out of South Rockford, 552 in the Camaro. Wells goes red by 002. O'Rourke uses it for a time run for 549 on the 552. Tony Eccles, 76 Plymouth Arrow from Farmington, Michigan. Another car out of Hemlock, Michigan, Ben Winsel Jr., FTI Performance Lane. He's now 1018. .20 on a 1018. Ben Winsel Jr. gets the win. Eccles, 658 on a 657. Better reaction time, Winsel. Corvette of John Bowles out of Oviedo, Ohio, FTI Performance Lane. Brian Horton out of Waldridge. Horton, 537. Horton, show chicken farmer, headed down track. Horton gets the win, so he'll have another shot at me. 009 was margin of victory, 636 on a 636. Both had a 10 reaction time. Kelly Smith and Chris G will be the next pair. Smith, FTI Performance Lane, 508. Semi-final for the money last night after winning a no-box section. Chris G, 569 in the Mustang. Smith, 509 on a 508, gets the win. G had the better reaction time, but he broke out by 4 thou. Blaine Anderson, Nick Folk. Folk right-hand lane, Anderson left-hand lane. 617 for the Camaro, FTI Performance Lane. 576 for Folk, Lane Automotive side. Win light goes to Folk. A breakout by Anderson by 3 thou. Folk 578 on a 576. Taylor Cook, FTI Performance Lane, 684 from Mason, Ohio. Out of Tennessee, Bob Mandel III, 513 in the gorgeous 69 Camaro. So both cars. So Mandel moving them carefully. 69 Camaro, just a gorgeous Inco clone. .514 on a 513 with a 003 light. That gives Bob Mandel the win. 684 dead 6 on a 15 light for Cook. A good run anywhere. Not quite good enough today. Kurt Harrington, FTI Performance Lane. Mitchell Hinton, 653. He's from Brownstown, Michigan. 77 Camaro. Gets the win, 655 on a 653. Harrington, 621 on a 620. 007 margin of victory. Pat DeBottis, Center Dakota. Had a problem on his time run this morning. See how it works out for him. It's 496. FTI Performance Lane, Tom Bueller out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. 622. All door cars to the lanes, please. All door cars to the lanes. So Pat DeBottis still has a problem. Whatever he did didn't solve it. But he's the winner. He's got to figure out what to do with it. Bueller went red. Bottas is pulling over. He's just not going to make it off the track. Actually, he's still barely moving down there. Now he's moving a little faster. I don't think the Ranger's going to catch him. So Pat's going to win the race to the return road, but unfortunately, he actually won the race. So all door cars have been called to the lanes. All door cars have been called to the lanes. .521 the dial in for Mark Daniels, the 96 Pontiac Lane Automotive side. The 80 Malibu FTI Performance Lane out of Farmington, Michigan, Cody Hike. Ladies and gentlemen, last year's $50,000 winner on the starting line. 645's the dial, FTI Performance Lane. 622 on a 621 with a 32 light. A breakout by 6th thou by Cody Height. Scott Taylor, 40-year-old excavator out of Portage, Michigan. 68 Camaro Roadster, 482. 610 the dial in for the Camaro of Chantel Lorenz, FTI Performance Lane. And yes, she did stand it on the rear bumper in her one and only time run, so they'll be guessing at the dial in. Double breakout. Chantel gets the win, breaks out by 6th thou. Scott Taylor, 481 on a 482. Chantel Lorenz moves on. John Erskine and Skylar Drews will be the next pair up. FTI Performance Lane, John Erskine. Erskine, 618 from Freeland, Michigan. Drews, 611. He's from DeWitt. Goes red, 006. Erskine, 622 on a 618 for the win. Dayton Vanderplag, FTI Performance Lane, 575 the dial. He's from Martin, Michigan. Out of Eaton Rapids, Michigan, here's Pete Brown. 549 is the dial in for Pete on the 86 Monte Carlo. Pete Brown, 551 on a 549, had a 009 light. 575-0 for Dayton. He had a 34 light. Pete Brown wins by 001. Tom Jones out of Fort Wayne, Indiana, FTI Performance Lane. He's dial 650. 584, Jordan Lishnowski out of Vassar, Michigan. Tom Jones, 652 on a 650 for the win. Jordan had a better light, runs a 590 on a 584. A.J. Selleck, borrowed car for the weekend. The Cavalier, 562. Right-hand lane. FTI Performance Lane is Team Bennett from Greenville. 640 is the dial in for the Nova. .563 on a 562 for Selleck for the win. Bennett breaks out by 5 thou. Took the stripe by 100th. Mike Marcette, 553 right-hand lane, Bay City, Michigan. He's in the Stealth. Steve Williams in his pickup truck, CS10, 574. for Marcet, 553.5 on a 553. Williams, 577 on a 574. Marcet will move on to round 2. All door cars have been called. All door cars have been called. West May, FTI Performance Lane. Brian Folk, Lane Automotive side. West May, 673. Folk, 538. West May dead 3 with a 008 light. Folk 003 light, 539 on a 538. West May moves on. Here's Devin Payton, 606 to dial in. Fowlerville-based racer. And out of Fort Wayne, Indiana, Jason Volk. Jason entered a 617. Payton 606. Payton, guess what? He's going to run it 607. So 607 on a 606 as Devin Payton gets the win. Danny Angel. Stephen Brett. Brett in the 70 Maverick, dial 672, Lane Automotive side. FTI Performance Lane, Danny Angel from Pentwater. 608 for the Ford. Gets the win. Danny runs 607.9 on a 608. 662.7 in a losing effort for Steven. FTI Performance Lane, Todd Clark. Clark, 655 is his dial in the Malibu. From Hemlock, 596 to dial in for Darrell Pollock. Pollock breaks out, 595.8 on a 596, breaks out by 2. 556 on a 555 with a 008 light. Todd Clark moves to the next round. Brent Williamson, FTI Performance Lane. Warren Smith, Lane Automotive side. Smith, 593. He's from Temperance, Michigan. From Durand, Illinois, the 57 Chevy of Brent Williamson, 606. Both cars taking their time getting in. Both in, 3 fires. Better reaction time. Williamson, does he get the win? No, he does not. Smith, dead 0. Wins by 001. Williamson, 608 on a 606. 11 light versus a 31 light, but Warren Smith still pulls it out. Eddie Hall and Dave Casper. Casper in a pickup truck, FTI Performance Lane, 634. The insurance agent out of Vicksburg, 614. Whisper 634 dead, 7 for the win. A breakout by 8 thousandths for Hall. He did not have room. Chase McKay, AJ Ash, former 50 grand winner. 577 is his dial-in. McKay, 629 is his dial-in out of Romulus, Michigan, FTI Performance Lane. Gets the win. 578 on a 577 with a 10 light. 630 on a 629 for McKay, but he did not have a 10 light. Mike Stokes in a Mustang FTI Performance Lane, 639. Kirk Cheney in the EXP, 638. .638.4 on 638 for the win for Cheney. 638 on a 639 for Stokes. The Impala out of Fraser, Michigan, the bus driver, Don McGarvin. Will Crawford in the pickup, 644, right-hand lane. Crawford, dead 4, 008 light, good run. Here's the snowmobile of Jeff Janquish. Janquish 561, he's on the Arctic Cat. He's running Matt Brower. Brower FTI Performance Lane, 616 for the Camaro. Camaro is definitely broken. Janquish coasts through, he'll get the win. He did not have the reaction time. But I'm pretty sure the rear end is gone in that Camaro. So while it is quiet, remember, all the buildings are open. If you have anything you need to pick up from drag race results or DRS, you need to get those today. And also in the no box class, the semifinalists are now going to receive a $100 gift certificate from All Star. That'll be up in the tower. If you're a semifinalist in no box, come to All Star. Looks like just a brief bit of a cleanup. good news is it's rolling. Need to watch the box on the right-hand side. Got to remember, today is for $50,000. We're in the middle of the round number one. We're still in door cars. And we just broke one. Okay, tracker's ready. We're ready to go right back into it. Lane Ledford, FTI Performance Lane. 574 the dial in. He's from Stanton, Michigan. Mike Nietzsche, 562 the dial in for the Roadster. He's from DeWitt. Ledford, 577 on a 574 for the win. Nietzsche, 564 on a 562. Jake Huntington, FTI Performance Lane, 756 for the Buick Roadmaster. For the 87 Corvette, 551, the dial-in, Brad Walters. Trying to chase down Huntington. He doesn't make it. Huntington dead 0. 0-0-0-8 margin of victory. Walters 551 on a 551. Jerry Klaus in a pickup truck, 637. Camaro, FTI Performance Lane. Tom Artegas Jr. 640 on a 637 for Jerry. 008 margin of victory. Artegas 616 on a 615. Todd Zeller, 606 to dial in. He's from Atlanta, Michigan. And the Chevy 2 FTI Performance Lane is 607, so it'll be nearly a heads-up race. .609 on a 607 for the win for the Nova. 610 on a 606 for Todd. Didn't get there. Jeff Ledford, Jason Jensen will be the next pair. Corvette Roadster. Final car, door cars. Final car, door cars. Jensen, 603. Lane Automotive side. FTI Performance Lane. Jeff Ledford, 532. Final call, door cars, final call, door cars. Jason Jensen, 000 light, perfect light, 604 on a 603 for the win. Ledford, 533 on a 532. Greg Rose, right-hand lane in the Mustang. Art Reed in the Chevette. Reed, FTI Performance Lane, 653. Rose, Lane Automotive side, 627. Art Reed, 001 on the tree. Does he save it? Yes, he does. 004 package, as a matter of fact, for the win light for Art Reed. A Rose, 628 on a 627. Max Moss, FTI Performance Lane. Scott Erickson in the Camaro, 557. So Moss, 571, Cavalier, FTI Performance Lane. He's from Indiana. From East Jordan, Michigan is Scott Erickson. 1. 5:58 on a 5:657. Moss, problems, way off pace. 6:38 on a 5:71. Dave Smith, FTI Performance Lane from Fowlerville. He'll dial 5:10. 5:47, Jason Himmerline. He's actually from Unionville, Michigan, and it's Camaro. Goes to Himmerline, 5:47, dead 5. Smith, 5:11 on a 5:10, with a dead on dial for Himmerline, gets him the win. Aaron Vale, 6:73. He's from Fortville, Indiana. The Firebird, right-hand lane. FTI Performance Lane. I guess that's Mr. Picard, 6:07. Separates him on the tree. Windlass says Vale. Dead 0 with a 23 light. 6:09 with a 6:07 and a 26 light. So Vale moves on. Craig Everhart, FTI Performance Lane, 6:01. 6:81 for Brian Croats, 69 Firebird. .602 on a 6:01 for Craig Everhart for the win. Brian, 6:83 on a 6:81. So Everhart moves on as Chris Wells. Pauline Sweat. Pauline, 6:26. Lane Automotive side in the 74 Vega. Wells out of Kalamazoo, 89 S10. Pauline gets the win, a red light start for Wells. She runs a 6:33 on a 6:26. Chris Fleener. David Marchini. Marchini, FTI Performance Lane, 6:28, 5:87 for Fleener. .589 on a 5:87 with a 009 light for the win by 009. 6:30 on a 6:28 for Marchini. Here's Jeff Burtis, FTI Performance Lane. Well, I was wrong. That wasn't Picard, obviously. Here's Jeff Picard out of Grand Rapids, 575 the dial, or 675 the dial. What's a second? car goes 001 red. Wow. Burtis, 577 on, a 577 for the win. John Hamilton, Steve Micas will be the next pair. Micas, Lane Automotive side. Hamilton, FTI Performance Lane. Goes red. Micas gets the win, 571 on his 569. Thomas Whitaker, Sean Carver. Carver in the white Camaro. Whitaker in the orange Camaro. 535 for Whitaker out of Muskegon, out of Shelby Township. Sean Carver at 557. Double inner dragsters, lanes 5 and 6. Double inner dragsters and yellow run car dragsters, lanes 5 and 6, please. Double entered and yellow, 5 and 6, please. Whitaker by 0002. Runs a 536 on his 535 with a 21 light. 559 on a 557 for Carver with a 17 light. Figures out to margin of victory of 0002. Ballman Racing, FTI Performance Lane, 520. Billy Farrell, 613, right-hand lane. Red. Ballman 521 on a 520 for the win. Farrell went red, runs 614 on 613. Brandon Lang and Jim Davis will be the next pair. Davis 527 right hand lane. Lang 579 FTI Performance Lane. So double inner dragsters and yellow color, you have been called. Lang goes red, 003. Davis gets the win, breaks out, 522 on a 527. So Randy Whitaker, FTI Performance Lane in the 91 Daytona, will dial 664. Terry Ballman, Nova, 647, right-hand lane. Ballman 648 on a 647. Whitaker had a 001 light and broke out by 8 thou. I mean, he had tons of room. Doesn't matter. Ballman's moving on. As Corey Micas comes up in the FTI Performance Lane, 582. David Vanderbrook, 612, right-hand lane. Helsel, FTI Performance Lane, 598. Gary Fleener, 576. So Helsel, 607 on a 598. The Camaro, man, he rolled in real deep. I could venture a guess, but that wouldn't be fair to him. Brooke Paquette, FTI Performance Lane, 654. Keith Grubal, 664. Grubal, right-hand lane. Paquette, FTI Performance Lane. Brooke, 18-year-old, right out of junior dragsters. Taking on the boys at the 50 grander. Grubal, 665 on a 664 for the win. Brooke went red. It was a 556 on her 554. Ricky Atkins, FTI Performance Lane, won the race in 1995. Chad Britnell in the Fairmont. He's 635. Atkins is 544. Better reaction time. Atkins, win like Atkins. 545 on the 544 for the win. 636 for Britnell in a losing effort. Mike O'Rourke Sr., Gene Reynolds. O'Rourke, 551, FTI Performance Lane. Reynolds, 501. Reynolds, 512 on a 501 for the win. 579 for O'Rourke, way off pace. Brian Horton, 636, FTI Performance Lane. He's from Walbridge, Ohio. John Parks, out of Cadillac, Michigan, 513. Winlight goes to Parks, 514 on a 513. Horton had the better light, but ran 4 off. Mike Fuquay, FTI Performance Lane. He's got 559, Hendersonville, Tennessee. Matt Hewitt, 485 out of Milan, Michigan. We switch to the dragster portion now. It's all the same 50 grand. We're just like everybody else, keep them separated. Well, looks like a little staging battle. starts it off right. About a perfect light for Hewitt, 488 on a 485, 461 for Fuquay. Margin of victory is actually only 005. Here's Kip Burkhart, 477 right-hand lane. FTI lane, Trey Goodson, 502. Out of Ohio, right-hand lane, J.P. Schuster, 460. Jim Thurston out of Holland, Michigan, 492. Schuster, 462 on a 460 for the win, 005 light. 492 dead 7 for Thurston. Margin of victory for JP, 001. Bailey Ferraro, FTI Performance Lane, he's from Georgia. Says he's 23 years old, 448 the dial. Troy Stone, Elkhart, Indiana, business owner. 451's the dial in. Stone, 452 on a 451 for the win, 002 light. Bailey, 451 on a 448. Rock Hoss, right-hand lane, 458 his dial in from Commerce, Michigan. Lane automotive side. Paige McKenzie, FTI Performance Lane, 483. Haas, 459 on a 458. He'll move on. Colin Estes, 5 flats to dial for Colin. He'll be in the right-hand lane. FTA Performance Lane, 482. Goes to Estes, 503 on a 5 flat with a 22 light. Austin St. Dennis, 484 on a 482. So Colin moves on. Howard Michael, FTI Performance Lane, 491. Ryan Sparks, 449. Sparks. Rochester Hills, 28-year-old engineer. Guess what? Howard Michael. He's a 51-year-old engineer. Howard Michael, 491, dead on. Margin of victory 008. Sparks is dead on 7. 4,000's difference in reaction time. So Michael moves on as Madison McCormick and Chris Koslick come to the line. Koslick 475. Lane Automotive side, FTI Performance Lane, 485 for Madison McCormick. Runs 466.7 on his 475. Doesn't matter, he got the automatic win. Jacob McNeil, FTI Performance Lane. We race Kirby McClanathan, Lane Automotive side. McNeil, in his other entry, he may have a bye if there is one. Right now, he's got a race. 486 is his dial. 440 for McClanathan. Longview, Texas, and Temperance, Michigan. McNeil goes red. McClanathan gets the win. He made a time run, breaks out by 6 thou, but he's still the winner. Jeremy McCormick comes to the line, taking on Brad Antonioni. McCormick 453, FTI Performance Lane. Antonioni 484. Lane Automotive side. Antonioni 007 red. McCormick 453 dead 1. Rob Lutsky, FTI Performance Lane, 487 is his dial in. Lane Aeroquip side 485. Green colored dragsters to the lanes, please. Green colored dragsters to the lanes, please. So both cars being very careful, as you should be. Mistake right here cost you $50,000. 489 on a 487. 497 the win for Rob Lutsky. Better light right-hand lane, but he runs 493 on a 485. Now here's Greg Antonioni. 426 is his dial in. He's from Mayville, Wisconsin. Of Ionia, Michigan, this will be Rick Wanamaker, FTI Performance Lane. Antonioni gets the win light, 428 on a 426. 503 for Wanamaker on a 501. Don Kasanka. Lane Air Equip side at 468. FTI Performance side, Lucas Fisher, 525. Kasanka's at it. Chapin, South Carolina. Jackson, Michigan's where Lucas Fisher calls home. Kasanka 471 on a 468. Fisher 527 on a 525, but the red light took him out of it. Kyle Stockwell, FTI Performance Lane in the altered 584. We'll run Bob Kelly. Kelly in the Lane Automotive sides out of Grand Rapids, Michigan. 499. $499.3 on a 499 for Bob Kelly for the win. Kyle Stockwell 486 on a 484. Stockwell had the better light. Kelly had the better car. Jason Cook, FTI Performance Lane. Nick Folk, Lane Automotive side. Folk in at 456, 488 for Cook. Folk 457 on a 456 for 006 light for the win. Cook 489 on a 488 with a 009 light. Nick Folk gets the win. Scott Hornland, FTI Performance Lane to Steve Bueller. Bueller 459 from Freeport, Michigan. Lane Automotive side. FTI Performance Lane, Scott Hornland 480 out of Freeland. Got Freeland and Freeport. Bueller 464 on a 459, a 12 light. Gets the win. 481 on a 480 for Hornland, but he had a terrible 59 light. Jared Ledford in the dragster, right-hand lane. Christopher Mullins out of Lincoln, Illinois. FTI Performance Lane. Mullins 451, Ledford 463. All dragsters to the lanes, please. All dragsters. All dragsters to the staging lanes, please. Mullins 452 on a 451 with an 18 light. Ledford 465 on a 463 with a 23 light. Mullins will move on. FTI Performance Lane, 510 the dial in for the Maumee, Ohio racer, Brian Pinkelman. Scott Lemon out of Gallatin, Tennessee will be in the dragster. Lane Automotive side, he's dialed 463. So all dragsters, you've now been called to the lanes. All dragsters to the lanes, please. Pinkelman gets the win, 511 on a 510 with a 14 light. Scott had the better light. 009, but he breaks out 461.9 on a 463. Spencer Massey out of Fort Worth, Texas, 39-year-old, FTI Performance Lane. He's dialed 472. There's Megan Lemon, 459, the dial in. Lemon and Massey. Scott Massey, 472, dead six for the win. Lemon, 458 on a 459, broke out. Here's Shannon Poyser, FTI Performance Lane. Shannon will be in 483. Out of Buda, Illinois. This is John Biaggi. Biaggi, 448. The mechanic at Folk Racing. By 002, Poyser gets the win. Biaggi had the better light. The 449.8, 448. .461 the dial in. Lane Automotive side for Elena Haas. Nick Lakeys, FTI Performance Lane. He'll be dialed 499. About gave it back. 461 on a 461 with a 2. But Haas gets the win. FTI Performance Lane is Aaron McCullough. He's from Tiffin, Ohio. He's dialed 475. From Merritt Island, Joe Kerner, 491. call a dead 2 for the win. Turner, dead 9. Cullah had a little better light. Moves on to the next round. Richard Kirchen, 476. He's from Fowlerville. Lane Automotive side. And out of Holland, Michigan, a young lady, Carrie May. FTI Performance Lane. Kirchen, 478 on a 476 at 21 light. Carrie May, 469 on a 467, didn't have 21 light. Final call, dragsters. Final call, dragsters. O'Neill gets the win. 454 on a 452. 475 on a 475 for Bruce Call. But Bruce went 003 red. So Chuck O'Neill gets the win. Mike Gramlich, right-hand lane, 485. Craig Vandersloot, FTI Performance Lane, 488. Vandersloot's out of Kalamazoo, Michigan. Mike Gramlich, maybe Michigan. Goes to Vandersloot, 488, dead 5. Gramlich breaks out by 9 thousandths. Had a much better light, but broke out by 9 thou. Here's Matt Gramlich and Bill Swain. Swain, FTI Performance Lane, he's from Ionia. Matt Gramlich, also from maybe or Monroe, I don't know, all in that area. .57 on a 556. 490 dead 3 for Gramlich, but he couldn't overcome the reaction time. Here's Megan Bonnet, 450 the dial in. She'll be in the Lane Automotive side. She'll take on the FTI Performance Lane's Fred Sweat. Sweat out of Sheboygan, Michigan. He's dial 521. Bonnet gets the win. 451 on a 450 for the win. 524 on a 521 for Fred. Bob Koski, FTI Performance Lane. Brian Folk, Lane Automotive side. Koski out of Red Oak, Texas. He's 70 years old. He's retired. 506 is his dial-in. Out of Duran, Parts Sales. That's what Brian Folk says he does for a living. Dial 461. Brian Folk, 463 on a 461. Koski breaks out by 8 thousandths. John Bowles, FTI Performance Lane. Bob Mandel Jr., right-hand side. Tennessee and Ohio are going to do battle right now. Bowes out of Ohio, 484. Mandel from Tennessee, 462. Bowes 484 dead 6. Mandel 463 on a 462. Bowes picks up the win. Here's Lisa Bowes, 487 FTI Performance Lane. Also from Elveda, Ohio. Out of Kalamazoo, Michigan, a 49-year-old, Sean Parker. Bowes 487 8 on a 487. Parker 441 8 on a 441. But there's a minus 001 in Parker's lane. FTI Performance Lane, Todd Zeller, 482. Right-hand side, Lane Aeroquip side, 485, Karsten Bloom. Bloom is perfect on the tree, runs a 486 on a 485. Zeller 484 on a 482. Lane Automotive side out of Vienna, Ohio, J.P. Schuster, 462 is his dial-in. Out of Fowlerville, Michigan, 481. That's a dial-in for Bob Payton, FTI Performance Lane. .463 on a 462 for Schuster for the win. Payton dead 2, but he missed the tree a little bit. Troy Stone, 451, right-hand lane. FTI Performance Lane is Howard Michael, 491. And of course, most of you know, but if you don't know, Troy Stone, the business, he's a business owner. It's Vintage Trailers. Michael, 491, dead 3 with a 008 light. Troy broke out by 4 thou. 450 with a 6 on a 451. Will Crawford, last night's winner. Struggled to get there, but got it done and got the win. Then they took the car apart and put a flywheel in it. With the crowd I saw around her, I don't think Will probably had to touch his own car, did he? And Dad says yes. 462 for Will. For Ferraro, 452 FTI Performance Lane. I'll tell you this, even for the work, Crawford, this weekend's been pretty good to him so far. Identical reaction time. Crawford, 462.7 with a 10 light for the win. Ferraro, 451.9 breaks out by thousandths with a 10 light. Will Crawford continues on in his quest for $50,000. 482 dial in right-hand lane. FTI Performance Lane is Jim Hamilton out of Fraser, Michigan. 462 is his dial in. Red light, right-hand lane, Hamilton, 462.9 on a 462 for the win. Trey Goodson, 504, FTI Performance Lane. Jason Preston, 483, right-hand side. Preston out of Six Lakes, Michigan. Says he's Mr. Fix-It. Goodson's from Hartford, Michigan. Goodson, does he get the win? Yes, he does. Dead 8, 504.8 with a 14 light, 484 for Preston, and Goodson moves on. Scott Taylor, right-hand lane, FTI lane automotive side. I'll get that right. 447 is the dial in for Taylor. 460 for Mr. Mike Fuquay, FTI Performance Lane. Double breakout. Taylor gets the win, breaks out by 1 thou. Fuquay, yeah. 457 on a 460. 300s. Well, not technically if you do all the math, but I don't. Ryan Pachaki. Matt Cornell, another guy that could be a double winner. Everybody's looking to be the first two-time winner of this race. Cornell's one of them. He can do it. 496 right-hand lane. Pachaki from Wayland, Michigan, 504. Six for Cornell with an 18 light, 496.6 on a 496. Pachaki breaks out, 502 on a 504. Dustin Loynes, FTI Performance Lane, 509. Steve Smith, Lane Arrowquip side, 487. Smith, 007 light, 488 on a 487. Dead on, 509 for Loynes, but didn't match the light of Steve Smith. Ashley Cook, FTI Performance Lane, 506. He's from Mason, Ohio. Out of Westland, Michigan, Tyler McCurry, 5 flat to dial in for the dragster in right-hand lane. Don't forget, all our buildings are open. There's plenty of ice cream back there. Burgers, fries, everything you want. And if you go right around the corner, you'll find the apparel room. Five thou separates them on the tree. Wind light, McCurry. He had the worst of the two lights. He had an 11. He runs a 502. Ashley Cook, 006 light, breaks out a bunch. Madison McCormick, FTI Performance Lane. 487's her dial in. Says she's from Fort Wayne, Indiana now. Jim Thurston Sr. from Holland, Michigan, 474. Early. Knew it. 487 on a 487 for the win. McCormick dead on 3 gets the win. Jordan Parker, Friday night's winner of $10,000. 452's in the right-hand lane. Christine Kurbitz, engineer from Holly, Michigan. Christine's FTI Performance Lane, 482. Little staging battle here. Goes to Christine, 482.1 on a 482. Parker breaks out by a thou. Took the stripe by 4 thou. No room. Ricky McNeil, FTI Performance Lane, he's down 505. AJ Kasanka out of Commerce, Michigan, 481. Green, he runs a 507 on his 505 for the win. AJ breaks out also 480 on a 481. Last call for 50-50 tickets. About 10-15 minutes, they'll be standing here right in front of the tower on the deck. So if you want a 50-50 ticket, and they had to come get another roll of tickets, I'll tell you that. So if you want one, the girls are standing right here on the deck in front of the tower office. Jeremy McCormick, FTI Performance Lane, 454. Caitlin Smith, 465. Caitlin, dead 8. With a 003 light, moves on. McCormick, dead 7. They had a 30 light. Here's Jim Thurston Jr., FTI Performance Lane, 492. He's going to race Mike Zednick. Heads up, 492. Zednick's from Petoskey. Thurston's from Holland. Heads up, no box racers. Mr. Williamson, you're going to race Mr. Kiefer in the Primer Oldsmobile. You'll have lane choice, Mr. Williamson. Mr. Foster, you'll have lane choice over the red Camaro of Mickey Adams. Mr. Anderson, you'll have lane choice over the Buick of Jake Huntington. Mr. Smith, you'll be racing Tom Artakis Jr. You'll have lane choice, Mr. Smith. Miss Paquette, Kelly Smith. Winlight goes to Thurston, 492 on a 492, 495 on a 492. For Zednick in a losing effort. Miss Paquette, you'll have lane choice over the Roadster of Kelly Smith. Mr. Drews, you'll have lane choice over Mr. Young, Silver Camaro. O'Rourke, you'll have lane choice over the Roadster of Selleck. And Mr. Gramlitz, you'll have lane choice over the Nova of Ron Emery. That's your pairings for the no-box cars. Right-hand lane, Amanda Wester, 496. Rick Wanamaker, 502, FTI Performance Lane. Ionia, Michigan for Wanamaker, Kalamazoo. Amanda Wester calls home. Wanamaker, 506 on the 502 for the win. Wester, 498 on the 496. Right-hand lane, Kirby McClanathan out of Temperance, Michigan. 439's his dial-in. He's going to be racing Rob Lutsky, dial 488. Lutsky's out of Kent City. He's in engine part sales. Lutsky, 488 on a 488, dead 5. McClanathan went red, runs a 440 on a 439. FTI Performance Lane, Austin St. Dennis, 483 is his dialing. He's from Howell. Says he's self-employed. Matt Hewitt from Milan, 35 years old, dial 488, right-hand lane. Austin St. Dennis gets the win. 484 and his 483 with a 14 light. Matt Hewitt had a 003 light, but he broke out. 486 on a 488. FTI Performance Lane, Scott Hornland. 480 the dial in for Hornland. For Wolf, that's Paul Wolf, right-hand lane. 517. Gets the win. 518 on a 517. Hornland, 005. 481 on a 480. FTI Ryan Sparks, 451. Spencer Massey, 472. Win light goes to Massey, dead 2. Sparks, 49 on a 51. Mike Marcette, 496. Lane Automotive side. FTI Performance Lane, Ryan Pinkelman, 510. Winlight Pinkelton, 510 on a 510, dead 9. Breakout by Marcette by 3 thou. No box. Lanes 3 and 4 preparing. No box. Lanes 3 and 4 preparing, please. The win light goes to Shannon Poyser, 486 on a 484. Wood, 483 on a 482 for the win. Colin Estes, 501, Lane Automotive side. John Cook, 489, FTI Performance Lane. Again, no box cars for pairings. Back to lanes 3 and 4. No box to lanes 3 and 4 preparing, please. Winlock went to John Cook. Christopher Mullins, 451 from Lincoln, Illinois. Stacy Jones, a young lady out of Fort Wayne. Dead 4 with a 004 light 008 package for Stacy Jones. 451 dead 6 for Christopher Mullins. Nick Lakeys, 5 flat to Dieline, FTI Performance Lane. Brad Antonioni, 485, Lane Aeroquip side. Winlight Lakeys, 5 flat on a 5 flat with a 0. Antonioni breaks out by 3 thou. Carrie May and Lucas Fisher will be the next pair. Fisher, 527 from Jackson, Michigan, right-hand lane. Carrie May, 470 from Holland, Michigan. 470. Fisher, dead 1. 14 red. Amy Kirchen, 506 from Fowlerville. Right-hand lane, Don Kasanka from South Carolina. FTI Performance Lane, 473. Don Kasanka gets the win over Amy Kirchen. Kasanka 475 on a 473. Amy 507 on a 506. Now here's Greg Antonioni. Moved over the other lane, FTI Performance Lane. Chris Koslick, right-hand lane, 468. Antonioni 007 light, 441, 429, 490 on a 468. Andrew Christopherson, 484. Aaron McCullough. FTI Performance Lane, 474. Double door cars and yellow. Double door cars and yellow. Okay, keep in mind buybacks today. Buybacks today go right into round 2. They do not run separately. We put buybacks right into the race. McCullough, 474 on a 474 for the win. There's Sean Parker, 442, the dial. And Karsten Bloom, Parker, right-hand lane. Karsten Bloom, FTI Performance Lane. Double entered door cars to the lanes, and yellow door cars. Double entered and yellow to lanes 7 and 8, please. Double entered and yellow to lanes 7 and 8. Parker, 442.5 on a 442 with a 13 light. Karsten Bloom breaks out by 9 thou. Jordan Parker, Tyler McCurry. Jordan, Friday night's winner. McCurry will be dialed 503, right-hand side. Parker, 452, FTI Performance Lane. Double entered door cars and yellow door cars to the lanes, please. 407 122. 461 for Parker on 452. This is the bye run in round one. Jacob McNeil out of Longview, Texas, FTI Performance Lane. Through it, 13 light, 489, 138 on a 490. So that'll complete round number one, the World Super Pro Challenge. Okay, attention and puts, Mr. Karsten Bloom. Karsten Bloom, if there's a bye, you will have the bye. Karsten Bloom. Green door cars to the lanes, please. Green to the lanes.
So as Chuck mentioned earlier, our 16 no-box cars are lining up over there in the staging lanes right now as they're round two coming up. We've also called doubled door cars, yellows, and greens. And again, if you bought back, you'll fall right into round number two as we run winners and buybacks all together in the second round. So door cars, doubles, yellows, and greens to the lanes. So if you have folks at home that are interested in what's going on here at the original 50 Grander, you can always encourage them to log on to our YouTube channel on dragracer.tv as this weekend's events are being live streamed. Just go to YouTube, do a search for Drag Racer TV, or you can go to the Facebook page for Mid-Michigan Motorplex and find the link right there and watch live coverage of this weekend's events here from the Todd's Extreme Paint World Super Pro Challenge. So it appears everything is in readiness out here on the racing surface itself. Has done a little bit of drag and a little bit of spray. Starting line crew returning to their positions, and with that, we need our no-box drivers loaded up and ready to go. 16 left. We'll cut that down to 8. And again, door cars, we need our doubles, yellows and greens. Back to the lanes, please, for round number 2. And again, buybacks and winners all run together here in our second round. First up, this is going to be Corey Selleck, left side out of Fenwick, Michigan. The FTI Performance side, the little 27 Roadster over there on the left. Alongside the Firebird of Mike O'Rourke Jr. Selleck, FTI Performance side with a 623 up on the scoreboard, 608 the dial in. Right side for O'Rourke. Head start left. No box cars here, leaving off the bottom. Zero, excuse me, 611 on the 608 for Mike O'Rourke, and O'Rourke will advance as he goes 36 on the tree, 611 at 107 for the win. Selleck out here in round 2, 3 over 626 at 103. The Nova left side for Ron Emery out of Lake City, Michigan. We taking on Mike Gramlich's Camaro. First gen Camaro on the right. 648 the dial in right side. We'll get a 2-bulb head start. Emery will be on the chase. Line start for Emery. Gramlich will advance. Gramlich 649 at 104. 1 over. Green light start. Emery turns it red by 15 and then goes under on the pass. 542 at 127. Second generation Camaro rolls up now. That's Joel Young out of North Branch, Michigan. The 70 Camaro. The silver and black machine alongside Skylar Drews in the Nova. Drews bumping his way in here. 612 the dial in for Drews. 615 for Joel Young. Three lines of pair. 4th hour apart as they head down track. Win light goes to the Camaro. Joel Young, 615 at 111 for the win. He was 1 over. Drews was 1 over. 613 on the 612. Margin of victory, 100th of a second, goes to Joel Young. First gen Camaro, FTI side, that's Blaine Anderson. His black and silver Camaro with 617. Alongside the LS powered Roadmaster right side of Jake Huntington. Huntington down track. Here comes Anderson top end. Huntington 2 over 758, but aided by a 001 light. Huntington picks up the win. Anderson goes 3 over 620 at 108. Was behind all the way down the track, couldn't get there. Huntington turns on a win light. Now here's Tom Artakis Jr. lining up in the Chevelle, not his regular ride. Climbs in the seat of the Chevelle left side. 665 the dial in, taking on Warren Smith from Temperance, Michigan. 593 the dial in for the Mustang. Red line starts with the red car of Artakis. Warren Smith gets the automatic win. Artakis turns it red by 005. Warren Smith 594 at 116. Picks up the round win, the gift win, as he was late leaving the starting line, but Artakis too early and goes red. Slows to a 774. Brett Williamson will pull up now left side of the track from Durand, Illinois. The 57 Chevy. 605 the dial in, taking on Jason Kiefer's Cutlass. Cutlass dialed a 639. We'll get the head start over here on the right side. Williamson rolls forward. He lights the top bulb. Now they are staged and ready. Green and green. Top end will decide it. It is Kiefer for the win. Drops it on the number. 639.9 for the win at 107. Kiefer is your winner. Williamson was off the starting line first, but 2 over 607 at 109 gives Kiefer the 0.03 of a second win over here on the right. Kelly Smith and Brooke Paquette. Smith won this category last night. In fact, he picked up a couple of big checks. Trying to do the same. Brooke Paquette down track. Smith in control, and Smith for the win. 512 at 125. Kelly Smith picks up the win. He's 3 over. Brooke Paquette is 3 over as well. Kelly was better leaving the starting line, and that's all he needed. Our final pair here in the no box portion of round number 2 will be Jake Foster, White Cloud, Minnesota. The little Chevy 2 on the left alongside the 67 Camaro right side of Mickey Adams. Adams dialed to 603. Red light start, Jake Foster will go on to the next round. Foster 611 at 110. Foster your winner. Adams, the early leave, the red light start, dead 0 on the losing effort for Adams as he goes 603.0 on the 603. So with that, no box is complete. Now we move into the door cars. And again, doubles, yellows, and greens. You should be in the staging lanes. We'll start it out with Danny Angel and Chris Fleener. Angel left side, Pentwater, Minnesota. He'll be in the FTI performance lane with a 607 dial in. He'll go first. Chris Fleener, the Camaro, the Z28, over here on the Lane Automotive side of the track. 588 the dial. Ford Chevy matchup. Ford gets to leave the starting line first. the better light, and Angel with the win light. 007 on the tree, 1 over 608 at 110. As Fleener got down there, took the stripe, broke out by 2, 586 on the 588. 2 quick for Fleener. Was trying to make up the difference that he gave up at the starting line, couldn't do it. Angel goes on to round number 3. Here's Jeff Ledford and Tim Timmons. Ledford, FTI Performance side of the track, the Corvette Roadster. 533 the dial in for Ledford left. The little Chevette on the right for Tim Timmons in the Lane Automotive side, trying to go 646. On the chase. He's got control and takes the win. 535 at 124 for Ledford. 2 over on the win. Timmons is 2 over as well. Second off the starting line, Ledford moves on to round number 3. 2 more coming at you. Chuck Scripture back to tell you all about it.
Nolan Blanchard, FTI Performance Lane, 657, 701. This young man ran in the no box, and here he is now. This will be battling. Martin goes red, 001. Blanchard gets the automatic win. 654 on 657, doesn't matter, he's on to the next round. That would be round 3. John Erskine and A.J. Ash. Right-hand lane, 577. Erskine, FTI Performance Lane, 621. Ash gets the win, 579 on a 577 with a 002 light. Erskine, 525 on a 521. Taylor Cook and Ben Winsel Jr. Winsel, 2004 Cavalier. Front wheel drive, 4-cylinder, but it has all the right parts in the front wheel drive. Taylor Cook, 684, right-hand lane, in the Malibu out of Mason, Ohio. Red light start for Cook. Ben Winsel Jr. gets the win in round 2. Runs a 1028 on a 1019. Jason Jensen, right-hand lane, 605's his dial in. He's in the Malibu. This is the exact car that won 2017's $50,000 race. David Marchini, 630 the dial in for the Camaro, FTI Performance Lane. So both cars moving in carefully. Marchini, a perfect light. What's he do with it? Breaks out. Oh my goodness. 608 for Jensen for the win with a 13 light. Marchini was perfect, but he broke out by 3 thousandths, took the stripe by 500ths. He's not going to be a happy young man. John Hamilton, FTI Performance Lane 485's his dial in. He's from Harrison, Michigan, 68 Dodge Dart. Out of Randon Lake, Wisconsin, Jerry Klaus, 640's his dial in, the 84 S10. Jerry, dead 9. Had the bed slightly worse light, but he got the win. 640 with a 9 on a 640. Hamilton, 592 on a 585. The Wild Chevy 2 and Bauman Racing will be the next pair out. 58 Corvette style, 521. 67 Chevy 2, 607 FTI Performance Lane. Win light goes to Bauman, dead 3. So Bauman will move on with the Corvette. Out of East Jordan, Michigan, 558 to dial in for Scott Erickson, right-hand lane. FTI Performance Lane, Cody Height. Farmington, Michigan, 85 Monte Carlo, 624 to dial in. .27 for the win for Cody Height. 558 dead on for Erickson, but he missed a bulb. John Parks, 514. Ricky Adkins, 545. Another one of our former winners in Ricky Adkins, the GTO. He's from Milan, Michigan. Parks from Cadillac, now 514 in the Camaro Roadster. Two great races, both cars dead on dial with a 3. But the 008 light for Parks beat Risky's 20. Stephen Verrett, 663. Troy Ridenauer. Ridenauer, 562 from Tipton, Indiana, FTI Performance Lane. Panama City, Florida is where Stephen Verrett calls home. 663. Dead on 4 for the win with a 009 light. Brett 665 on a 663. As Wes May comes to the line. 673 the dial. FTI Performance Lane. He's from Greentown, Indiana. Jason Himmerline from Unionville, Michigan. 548. For the win. Wes May had a great 12 light. Runs a 674 on a 673. Chantel Lorenz, FTI Performance Lane. Young lady out of Traverse City, Michigan, 69 Camaro. Sean Carver out of Shelby Township, 559 is his dial in his 81 Camaro. on a 5:59 had a much better light than Lorenz. Lorenz, 6:09, breaks out. Wouldn't have mattered. She was beat on the tree. Todd Clark, Billy Farrell be the next pair up. Farrell, 6:14. Clark, 6:57. That'll put Clark in the FTI performance lane. Muncie, Indiana is where he calls home. Manitowoc, Michigan, Billy Farrell, 6:14. Better reaction time, Farrell, win light, Farrell. Dead on 3 with a 008 light. Dead on 8 for Todd Clark, but Farrell got there first. Dave Casper and Gary Fleener will be our next pair. Fleener out of Port Clinton, Ohio. 5:76, right-hand lane. 6:35 for Casper, FTI performance lane. Fleener, 5:77 on a 5:76 for the win. Casper had the better reaction time. Farrell was closer to dial in. So Billy Farrell, or Gary Fleener, gets the win. I'm sorry. Larry Mireille. Kurt Harrington. Kurt in the Chevette. Mireille in the Mustang Roadster. Larry's 582. 622 for the Chevette. Mireille breaks out least 580 on a 582. He gets the win. FTI performance lane, Jeff Burtis, 579. 582 for Corey Micus in the right-hand lane. Burtis in the wagon, 578. 582 for Micus. Two tough racers right here. Burtis on 001 red. Micus on a 12 light, runs an 82 with a 4. Burtis, 579 on a 578 and losing effort. Gene Reynolds dialed 502. Lane Automotive side. He's from Roseville, Michigan. 56-year-old print production manager in his 90 Camaro. FTI performance lane out of Stanton, Michigan. Lane Ledford, 573 in his Camaro. Ledford goes red. Reynolds 504 on a 502 for the win. Lane 574 on a 573, but had an 11 red light. Mike Nietzsche in the Roadster, 563 FTI performance lane. Eddie Hall in his 86 Olds Cutlass. He's from Vicksburg, Michigan. Dial 613. Hall dead 4. 14 bulb puts Eddie Hall in the next round. Nietzsche dead 7, but out of 36 light. Craig Everhart 601. Daryl Pollock 595. Pollock Lane Automotive side. From Hemlock. It's an 80 Camaro. 79 Cutlass for Everhart. 601's his dial. He's from Lanningsburg, Michigan. Something right there on the line. Pulls over to the side. Trying to keep it running. There he goes. He's trying. Everhart 602 on a 601. Pollock, I think we'll get him off the track. I didn't notice that. Thank you, Warren. Everhart actually went red. Pollock's the winner. Out of Homewood, Illinois, Lance Kraft, 551 the dial in on the red Camaro FTI Performance Lane. From Ashley, Michigan, 72 Rally Nova of Steve Mikas is dialed 572. Mikas breaks out by 3 thou. Doesn't matter. 571 on a 572 as he moves on to round 3. Chase McKay. Jeff Picard. Picard in the right-hand lane. 5 or 675s at dial in. He's an auctioneer out of Grand Rapids, Michigan. McKay, FTI Performance Lane, 631. Picard, 676 on a 675, doesn't quite make it. 632 on a 631 for Chase McKay for the win. Here's Bob Kasanka, FTI Performance Lane, Oak Harbor, Ohio. Brad Walters, Manitowoc, Michigan. Walters in a 551, 553 for Kasanka. Walters goes red. Kasanka gets another round. 552.5 for Kasanka. Walters dead 1 that went 004 red. Jason Volk, 617 the dial in for the Fort Wayne-based self-employed Jason in a S10. Of course, in the Roadster, right-hand lane is Steve Taylor. Taylor. 42 on a 481 for the win. Dead 7 for Volk. Just didn't quite make it. Team Bennett, FTI Performance Lane from Greenville, Michigan. It's a 70 Nova. 640 the dial in. On the Echoes, 658. Farmington, Michigan, 76 Arrow. Bennett, 640, dead 2 for the win. Eccles breaks out by 6th out. Brian Horton, 637 for the Walbridge, Ohio racer. Bernie Vanderflog, FTI Performance Lane, 595. Vanderflog will get the win. 596 on his 595. Horton goes red. 638 on a 637. As Chris G is the next car in the right-hand lane. Be dialed 568 from Bear Lake, Michigan. Here's Dayton Vanderflog. FTI Performance Lane. 575 for the Nova out of Martin. Chris G gets the win. 468.9 on a 468. Dayton, he ran 577.8 on a 575. Giving the win to Chris G. Greg Rose, 628 says dial in. The Mustang, right-hand lane. And John Bowes in the Corvette. 540 dial in for John. Bowes gets the win, had a great 001 light, 542 on a 540. 630 on a 628 for Greg Rose. John Bowes moves around 3 as Chuck O'Neill comes to the line in the left-hand lane. 669. 85 Mustang from Macomb, Michigan. Nick Folk out of Illinois. 578's Nick's dial in. Makes it a 575.4 on a 578, but he gets the win. Out of Milan, Michigan, 84 Monte Carlo on the Lane Automotive side. This is Brandon Lang. 580 is his dial in. Steve Smith, well, FTI Performance Lane. This time he's in the Grand Am. 564. Smith, 566 on 564 for the win. Brandon Lang, 582 on a 580. 0004 margin of victory in that last race. Tom Bueller, FTI Performance Lane. He won the Pro Systems carburetor yesterday. Mark Daniels, Lane Automotive side, in his 96 Pontiac. .625 on a 625 for Tom Bueller for the win. 622 on a 622 for Mark Daniels. Better reaction time Bueller, and he got the win light with it. Brian Croats, 682 in his 69 Firebird right-hand lane. Tom Jones out of Fort Wayne, Indiana, FTI Performance Lane. He'll be in a 652. .654.6 on a 652 for the win for Tom Jones. Brian, he runs a 685 on a 682. I believe it's Jeff Wistinghouse the second, FTI Performance Lane. 680 is the dial in on the black Camaro. And Mitchell Hinton, he'll be dialed in to 654. Here's Mitchell Hinton broke his car because he's really slow off going down the track. He had the better reaction time, then it just gave up the ghost. 692 win on a 680 for Jeff. I'll bring up Blaine Anderson. 618 is his dial in, FTI Performance Lane. Lane Automotive side, Aaron Vale with 673. And he made it. So Vale and Anderson. Identical 007 lights. 618.9 on a 618. 674 on a 673 for Vale. They both had 007 lights. Terry Bauman out of Tennessee, 647 for the young lady. She's going to be running Brent Williamson in the 57 Chevy. He's dialed 607. Williamson taking his time. .611 on a 607 for Brent Williamson for the win. Bauman, 650 on her 647. In the Mustang FTA Performance Lane, this is Mike Stokes. 638, Pete Brown, 551. Brown's in the 86 Monte Carlo, Lane Automotive side. 550 with a 9 on a 551, a breakout for Pete Brown by a thou. Really doesn't affect a thing. Kelly Smith, FTI Performance Lane, 509. Pauline Sweat, 627 in the Vega, right-hand lane. So Pauline stages. Kelly right there with him. Kelly has a slightly better reaction time. He does not get the win. Pauline dead 5. 627 on a 627. Smith 512 on a 509. He had a better light. Pauline took the win. Here's last year's winner, ladies and gentlemen. Ugly Betty. But sure looked good sitting in that winner's circle with $50,000 check. Cody Height, FTI Performance Lane, 645. Right now there's a young man, a 48-year-old machinist. Of course, to me that's young. Scotty Batyuk, 518, that would like to say, no, I'm going this year. Cody just said, no, you might want to think about it a bit because I'm going to run a 648 on my 645 for the win. Scotty was so anxious he got there a thou too early. 517 on a 518. Mike Marcette, the 96 Dodge Stealth. 553 the dial in, Lane Automotive side. And the Corvette Roadster, Jeff Ledford, FTI Performance Lane. Win light goes to Ledford. Marcette breaks out by 4 thousandths. He had room to do it, but he didn't make it. 534 on a 533 for Ledford for the win. The red EXP right-hand lane is Kirk Cheney. Cheney's from Hastings, Michigan. He'll be dialed 638. 608's the dial in for Danny Angel, FTI Performance Lane. He's from Pentwater, Michigan. Great town to visit. .003 red light for Kirk. He runs a 638, dead 2, but went red. Danny Angel saw it with his 11 light. He runs a 607.8 on a 608. All door cars to the lanes, please. All door cars to the lanes. All door cars, all colors to the lanes. Brian Folk, 540. Durand, Illinois. He's in the right-hand side. Art Reed out of Kokomo, Indiana. 653 is the bet. Better reaction time. Went to Art Reed. Does he get the win? He does. 555 on a 550. I'm sorry, 655 on a 653. Folk, 539.1 on a 540, breaks out by 1 trying to get there. Another Chevette out of the same stable, FTI Performance Lane. Kurt Harrington, 621's the dial in. In the 91 Daytona, the retiree Out of St. John's, Michigan, this is Randy Whitaker, 662. Harrington comes up with a win, 623 on a 621. 662 with an 8 on a 662 for Whitaker. Harrington had a 009 light. Worked that into a victory. A.J. Selleck in the Cavalier. First time racing the car was this weekend. Well, that's a lie. Made a pass, I think 2 weeks ago, but only one. Here he is, round number 2 of the 50 grander. He's racing Ricky Atkins. Atkins, FTI Performance Lanes, 545. Selleck, 564. Both of them 005. Win light goes to Selleck. 565.8 on a 564. 547 on a 545 for Atkins. Selleck gets a win by 008. Both identical 005 reaction times. Mike O'Rourke, 551. He's in the right-hand side. Lane Ledford. Cars look similar. 574 for Ledford. O'Rourke goes red. Ledford 008 green. Ledford just shuts it down. But the 609 is good for the win. Jeff Janquist on the snowmobile, 2017 Arctic Cat from Racine, Wisconsin. FTI Performance Lane, West May, 675 for the Greentown, Indiana Buick Regal. So West May had the free throw, saw the red light. May makes it a 574 on a 575, but he'll move on. 564 dead 7 for the snowmobile. Will Crawford, right-hand lane in the S10 pickup truck. He's out of Westland, Michigan. He'll be dial 645. Todd Clark, FTI Performance Lane, he'll be in his 656. Will Crawford gets the win, 647 on his 645. He had a 13 reaction time. Todd Clark, 657 on his 656 with 005 red. Jared Ledford will be in the right-hand lane. Dave Casper in the left-hand lane. Casper at 637 in his pickup truck. And the Camaro out of Greenville, Jared Ledford, 653. 638 on a 637 for Casper for the win. 657 on a 653 for Ledford at 97. Bob Mandel, 515. Out of Tennessee, the gorgeous 69 Camaro. Thomas Whitaker, out of Muskegon, Michigan, 536. Runs 517 on his 515 for the win. 537 on a 536 for Thomas Whitaker. Vandell moves around 3. All door cars, you have been called. All door cars, you have been called. Devin Payton, right-hand lane, 608. 63 Nova. 67 Nova for Eric Johnson, 606. Now, last time Eric went down the track, I didn't call his name. He has 2 entries. There's no name ever on the second entry. This time, Devin Payton. That's an 004 package for Payton. Perfect reaction time, 6:08.4 on a 6:08. Johnson runs a 6:09 on a 6:06. David Marchini, David Vanderbrook. Vanderbrook 6:12, Marchini 6:29 FTI Performance Lane. Here's A.J. Ash, right-hand lane, 576. He's going to run Jeff Burtis. Burtis at 579, FTI Performance Lane. Win light goes to Burtis, 580 on a 579. Ash, 578 on a 576. Burtis 005 light took him to the win. Chase McKay, FTI Performance Lane, 630. Keith Helsel, 601. Helsel in the Chevy Nova. Double dragsters lanes 5 and 6. Double dragsters and yellow lanes 5 and 6. Double dragsters and yellow run stickers lanes 5 and 6. Ladies and gentlemen, stand by. I'll be calling the number for the 50-50 drawing here in a few minutes. It's the biggest 50-50 win I've seen since I've been announcing here at Mid-Michigan Motorplex. I warned you it'd be big. It is big. If you don't want it, it can go to the announcer's retirement fund. Chris Fleener, 587 on a 587, gets the win over Tom Artakis Jr. Greg Eberhardt, Emma Helsel. Helsel right-hand lane. 748 for the young lady. Eberhardt, 602, FTI performance lane. Win light goes to Eberhardt. Emma went red. Greg Eberhardt gets the win. Mike O'Rourke Jr., FTI performance lane. Jake Huntington, Lane Automotive side. Huntington's dial 757. O'Rourke 608. Double breakout. Mike O'Rourke, 607.7 on a 608, breaks out by 3,000ths. Huntington breaks out by 300ths roughly. So Mike O'Rourke gets the win. Here's Jason Jensen again, FTI performance lane, 606. Taylor Cook, 686. Jensen gets the win, 607 on his 606, had a 005 light. Dead on one for Taylor Cook, 686-1 on his 686 with a 23 light. Jason Himmerline in the left-hand lane, 547's his dial-in, 2013 Camaro. Jim Davis from Berrien Springs in the Camaro, dial 523. Himmerline, 547.4 on a 547. Davis, 523.2 on a 523. There was 4,000ths difference in the tree margin of victory for Jason Himmerline, 2,000ths of a second. Joe Bauman, Jerry Klaus, Jerry in the pickup truck, dial 614. From Random Lake, Wisconsin. Bauman from Chesaning, Michigan. Running a 522 on a 521. Joe Bauman gets the win. Laus ran a 640 on a 640 with the 1. But Bauman had a 23 reaction time, which was better. Sean Carver and Gary Fleener. Fleener, 575 in the Camaro right-hand lane. Carver, FTI Performance lane, 559. Carver, 560 on his 559 for the win. 575 on a 575 for Fleener, but Carver will move on to the next round. Skylar Drews, FTI Performance lane in the Nova. He'll be racing Scott Erickson. Scott, 558, 69 Camaro. Win light, Skylar Drews, he breaks out by 2,000, but he gets the win. Erickson breaks out by 100th. FTI Performance lane, Corey Micus, 582. 594 for Warren Smith. Lane Automotive side. If you have a blue ticket, you're going to want to get it out. If you have a blue ticket for the 50-50 drawing, you're going to want to get it out. Win light. Goes to Erickson. 594, 117. Eddie Hall, John Parks. Parks in a Camaro Roadster. Eddie Hall in the Cutlass. FTI Performance lane for Hall. Parks, Lane Automotive side. Light goes to Parks. He breaks out by 1/1000th. Breaking out by 7/1000ths is Eddie Hall. Both had a 008 light. So John Parks continues to round 3. I don't know what happened to Jeff. Farrell, 612 for the win on a 613. FTI Performance Lane out of Fortville, Indiana. Here's Aaron Vale, 673. They'll be racing Steve Micas out of Ashley, Michigan in the 72 Rally Nova, 572. So Micas will sit and wait as Aaron Vale heads down the racetrack. Got to win on style points there. How about a 673-1 on a 673? He had a 006 light. So Micah's had to break out to try to get him. Micah breaks out 570 on a 572. Brooke Paquette, Brandon Lang. Lang in the Monte Carlo, right-hand lane, 581. Brooke, 657, FTI Performance Lane. So if you have a ticket, 50-50 drawing ticket, heads up, ending in 993. You have $1,053 coming. Brandon Lang gets the win. 586 on a 581. So if you have a 50-50 drawing ticket, 993, you have $1,053 coming. Brian Horton, Gene Reynolds. Reynolds right-hand lane, Horton FTI Performance Lane. Horton at 638, Reynolds 508. So again, if you have a 50-50 ticket, 993, you need to come to the tower and see me. 50-50 ticket number 993, the last three digits, 993. Mike O'Rourke Sr., the last door car. Rob Lutsky, the first dragster. Lutsky at 488. O'Rourke, 554. Lutsky gets the win, 489 on a 488. Mike O'Rourke broke out, 552 on his 554. FTI Performance Lane is Howard Michael. Michael in the dragster, all dragsters now. He's now 491. So Colin Estes, Lane Automotive side. Colin gets the win by 0003, 504 on a 501. 492 for Michael on a 491. Let me try that 50-50 ticket again. Listen to the whole number. 3703993. 3703993. If you have that number hanging around, I've got a prize for you. Paige McKenzie. Sean Parker. Parker, 442. McKenzie, 486. McKenzie will be in the FTI lane. Parker, right-hand lane. Parker takes the win, 444 on a 442. Had a 002 light. McKenzie, 488 on a 486. Jacob McNeil, FTI Performance Lane out of Longview, Texas. 489 is a dial-in for the dragster. For Jordan Parker, Friday night's winner, Thursday night's winner, whatever night's winner. He won. He really did. Thursday night's winner, 452 for Parker. Parker gets the win, 452.9 on a 452. 489 on a 489 for McNeil, but the 13 light for Parker was better. Out of Vienna, Ohio, 462 is a dial-in for J.P. Schuster. From Fort Wayne, Indiana, FTI Performance Lane, 486 is a dial-in for Shannon Poyser. .663 on a 662, or yeah, 6. How about a 463 on a 462 for J.P. Schuster for the win? Shannon broke out by 5 thousandths. Schuster's going to round 3. Troy Stone, right-hand lane, 451. Scott Hornland, FTI Performance Lane, 482. Again, 3703993. 3703993. If you have that ticket, I have $1,000. Win like Troy Stone, 452.7 on a 451. Hornland had the better light. He had a 007 light, and he broke out by 6 thousandths. Antony gets the win. 428 on a 428 with a 3. Jeremy McCormick, 453 on a 454. All dragsters to the lanes, please. All dragsters to the lanes, please. We need all of y'all. So we had a winner of the 50-50. Shanna Stone came up and claimed her $1,053. So congratulations. Bob Kelly, right-hand lane. Mike's the automatic winner. Kelly went red. 460 on a 458 for Mike Fuquay. He was going to be tough. He had a 003 light to go with it. Here's Brad Antonioni, 485 from West Bend, Wisconsin, right-hand lane. Trey Goodson, 503 for the Hartford, Michigan racer. So the win light went to Trey Goodson, 504 on a 503. Don Kasanka out of South Carolina, FTI Performance Lane. Matt Hewitt, 486, Milan, Michigan, right-hand lane. Double breakout. Both broke out by 6. Margin of victory was 0-0-1. The difference in reaction time between Don Kasanka and Matt Hewitt. Hewitt moves to round 3. Rick Wanamaker, FTI Performance Lane. Kirby McLennan, right-hand lane. McLennan, dial 440. 503 the dial in for Wanamaker. McLennan gets the win, 442 on a 440. Wanamaker run dead 0, but he went 003 red. Brian Pinkelman, FTI Performance Lane, 511's the dial in. Richard Kirchen, 477, right-hand lane. On a 477 for Richard Kirchen for the win. Pinkelman, 512 on a 511. Richard run it on reaction time. Rock Haas, 460 the dial in. Madison McCormick, FTI Performance Lane, 487 is her dial in. Madison's out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. Haas out of Commerce, Michigan. Rock Haas, 460 with a 4 on a 460. McCormick, 488 on a 487. Haas had the better reaction time. Haas gets the win. Steve Bueller. Steve Bueller, 462, Freeport, Michigan. Spencer Massey, Fort Worth, Texas. Massey, FTI Performance Line, he's at 472. Massey, 475 on a 472 for the win. 465 for Bueller in a losing effort. Bailey Ferraro, 445, FTI Performance Lane. Bob Mandel Jr., 61-year-old chassis builder, out of Tennessee, 463. So Mandel, Ferraro. Ferraro, 449 to dial in, 463 for Mandel. Goes to Ferraro, 449.7 on a 449. Mandel, 464 on a 463. Now, usually when you look at the screen, you see 3 digits in reaction time. Well, I'm looking at 6 digits across here, all of them zeros but one. Ferraro had a perfect light, Mandel had a 002 light, and that's a losing one. Austin St. Dennis, FTI Performance Lane, 483. Ryan Sparks, 448. He'll be in the right-hand lane. Winlight, St. Dennis. Ran a 488 on a 483, 459 on a 448 for Sparks. Chris Costley, 492. Nick Lakeys, 5 flat. Lakeys, FTI Performance Lane. Costley, Lane Automotive side. On a 492 for the win for Chris Costley. Nick Lakeys, 502 on a 5 flat. Costley goes to round 3. Bill Swain, FTI Performance Lane. Scott Taylor, Lane Automotive side. Taylor in at 448. Swain, 458. Bill Swain picks up the win. 458 on a 458 002 light. Taylor, 447.2. He broke out by 8 thou. Still didn't get to the stripe. Karsten Bloom, 486. Racer out of Maumee, Ohio, is in the right-hand lane. Bruce Crawl, one of our winners that could be a double. He won it back in 2007 from Okeechobee, Florida. 476 is his dial-in, FTI Performance Lane. Karsten Bloom, 487 on a 486 for the win by 005. Bruce Call, 478 on a 476. Call had a 15 light. Bloom had a 27 light. But the difference in runoff, 005 for Bloom for the win. Jim Thurston, Jr., FTI Performance Lane, 492. Jared Ledford, 467. Right-hand lane. Runs a 464 on his 467 at 151. Thurston went red, 492.4 on his 492. Ledford comes back. Aaron McCullough, FTI Performance Lane, 475. Megan Bonnet, 450, right-hand lane. Megan out of Ohio. So is McCullough. On a 475 for the win for Aaron McCullough. Megan, 451 on her 450. Aaron will move on to round 3. Dial 488 FTI Performance Lane, Craig Vandersloot. 503 right-hand lane, Tyler McCurry. McCurry from Westland, Michigan. Vandersloot, Kalamazoo. Tyler McCurry breaks out by 2 thousandths, but gets the win due to the red light for Craig Vandersloot. Lucas Fisher, John Bowes. Bowes, FTI Performance Lane, 485. He's from Alvado, Ohio. Fisher from Jackson, Michigan, 527. Bowes 486 on a 485 for the win. Fisher 528 on a 527. Better reaction time, Bowes. Out of Mason, Ohio, FTI Performance Lane, this is John Cook. A.J. Kasenka out of Commerce, Michigan, will be in the right-hand lane. 490 for Cook, 481 for Kasenka. With a 3 on a 490 for the win for John Cook. 482, 2 on a 481 for AJ. So Cook moves on to round 3. Lisa Bowes, Alveda, Ohio, FTI Performance Lane at 488. Chuck O'Neill from Macomb, Michigan, 454. Perfect light for Bowes, but she does not get the win. She breaks out by 100. She had the perfect light and gave it away at the stripe. O'Neill 455 on a 454 for the win. Red Oak, Texas brings Bob Koski, FTI Performance Lane, 505. 496 for Matt Cornell out of Monroe, Michigan. Now Cornell was a winner of this in a fog out. You couldn't see down the track, but they elected to run it anyway. And I don't mean the management, I mean the racers. .496 on a 496. Win like Matt Cornell. 506 on 505 from Bob Koski. Mike Gramlich, 485. Lane Automotive side. Christine Kurbitz, FTI Performance Lane, 482. Gramlich perfect on the light, 484.8 on a 485, but he gets the win. Christine, she went 24 red, giving the win to Gramlich. Here's Fred Schwett. Schwett, 523 the dial in, FTI Performance Lane, Sheboygan, Michigan. Elena Haas, 462 right-hand lane, 27-year-old nurse out of Howell, Michigan. Double 05, 007. Win like 005, dead 2. 462, 2 on a 462 with a 005 light for Elena. Now Fred had a 007 light, but he ran a 420 or 525 on his 523. So FTI Performance Lane will be Howard Michael, 492 for the Newport, Michigan-based racer. For maybe racer? Maybe Michigan-based racer. Matt Gramlich, 491. on a 491 for Gramlich for the win. 493 for Howard Michael on a 492. Gramlich had an 18 light. Gramlich gets the win. Nick Folk, 457. Jim Hamilton, 463. Hamilton, FTI performance lane. Folk, right-hand lane. Hamilton 463, 148 for the win. 457 with a 9 on a 457 for Folk for the losing effort. Hamilton had a 008 light. FTI performance lane, Dustin Loynes, 510. Scott Lemon, 461, right-hand lane. On a 510 with a 7, Dustin Loynes picks up the win. Scott Lemon, 460 on a 461. Christopher Mullins, FTI performance lane, Lincoln, Illinois. Andrew Christofferson, Chelsea, Michigan. Right-hand lane, Christofferson, 485, Mullins, 482. Christofferson, 486 on a 485 for the win. Christopher Mullins breaks out by 4 thou. He had everything, including reaction time, except the finish line. Megan Lemon, 458. Right-hand lane. Ricky McNeil, 5 flat. FTI performance lane. Megan Lemon, 457, 6 on a 458. 507 on a 507 for Ricky McNeil, but he went red. For Shannon Poiser. Joe Kerner gets the win, 492 on a 492 with a 2. Shannon, she goes 001 red and runs dead on 6. John Biaggi, 449 is the dial in for the Buda, Illinois racer. He's taking on Kent City's Rob Lutsky, 489, FTI Performance Lane. Lutsky gets a win, runs 489 on a 489, 450 on a 449 for Biaggi, but he went 003 red. Jason Preston, 484. Spencer Massey, FTI Performance Lane, 472. Going to Jason Preston, 484.3 on a 484. Massey, 473 on a 472. By 004, Jason Preston moves on. Final call, dragsters. Final call, dragsters. Will Crawford, last night's winner, 462 the dial-in right-hand lane. Jacob McNeil, FTI Performance Lane, 489. Crawford, 463 on a 462, gets the win. Jacob McNeil, 488, 7 on a 489, breaks out by 3 thou. Crawford had the better light. Crawford gets the win. Paul Wolf, right-hand lane, 518 from Olivet, Michigan. Trey Goodson, out of Hartford, Michigan, 503, FTI Performance Lane. Win life, 518.5 on a 518. Goodson, 5:04 on a 5:03. Goodson had a better reaction time, but by 0:01, Paul Wolf pulled it out. Jordan Parker, Thursday night's winner. FTI Performance Lane. He's out 4:52 against Brian Folk, 4:61 for Folk. Goes to Jordan Parker, 4:54 on a 4:52. Folk breaks out by 0.02, but got to stripe. So the winner, Jordan Parker. Billy Fierro, 4:45. FTI Performance Lane. Kip Burkhart, 4:82. Lane Automotive side. Ferraro gets the win, 4:48 on a 4:49 breakout. 4:80 on a 4:95 for Kip Burkhart. Mike Fuquay, FTI Performance Lane. Mike Marcette, Lane Aeroquip side. 4:95 for Marcette. 4:60 for Mike Fuquay. .95.1 on a 4:95 for Marcette. Mike Fuquay had him beat before he left the line with a perfect light. 4:61 on a 4:60. Nothing Marcette could do. J.P. Schuster, 4:62, Vien, Ohio. Lane Automotive side. Scott Harlan, FTI Performance Lane from Freeland, Michigan, 4:81. .64 on a 4:62 for the win. 4:82 on a 4:81 for the loss. J.P. Schuster will move on to round 3 with his 006 light. Right-hand lane, Steve Smith, the insurance man, 4:87. Jeremy McCormick, 4:53, FTI Performance Lane. Goes to Steve Smith, 001 light. Smith had a 001 light, runs a 488 on a 487. McCormick had a 003 light, 454 on a 453. Steve Smith by 005. 495 for Mike Zednick, Lane Automotive side. He's from Petoskey, Michigan. Austin St. Dennis, 482. FTI Performance Lane. No box winners to the back of the lanes for pairing. No box winners. Back of the lanes for pairing. Win light goes to Austin St. Dennis, 484 on a 482. Zednick breaks out. Takes too much stripe, breaks out by a 3 thou. Brad Antonioni, FTI Performance Lane, 485. Danny Wood, Wabash, Indiana, 482. .55 on a 485 for Brad Antonioni for the win. Here's Stacy Jones and Bill Swain. Swain will be in the FTI Performance Lane, 458. Jones, 520. Lane Automotive side. Win light, 521 on a 520 with a perfect light. 000 light for Stacy. Bill Swain, 458 on a 458. Troy Stone. I wonder if his wife's going to share the $1,000 with him. 452 for Stone, right-hand lane. Thurston, 492, left-hand lane. Win light, Jim Thurston, 493 on a 492. Don Kasanka, FTI Performance Lane. Kirby McLennan, right-hand lane, McLennan, 441. On a 441 for the win for Kirby McLennan. Don Kosanka, 471 on a 472. Pair of ladies on the starting line right now. Madison McCormick, FTI Performance Lane, 488. 465 for Caitlin Smith, right-hand lane. goes red. Caitlin 462 on a 465 at a $147. Jason Cook. Sean Parker. Sean Parker at 443. Cook, FTI Performance Lane, 491. Double door cars, lanes 7 and 8. Double entered door cars, lanes 7 and 8. Yellow, run cars. Winlight Parker, 443-1 on a 443. 492 on a 491 for Cook. Parker moves on. Double door cars to lanes 7 and 8. Yellow run sticker door cars, lanes 7 and 8. Matt Hewitt, Nick Lakeys, 502, FTI Performance Lane. Matt Hewitt, 486, Lane Automotive side. .487 on a 486 for the win for Matt Hewitt. Breakout 5014 on a 502 for Nick Lakeys. Ryan Pinkelman out of Ohio, right-hand lane, 511. Rick Wanamaker, 503, FTI Performance Lane. Wanamaker 504 on a 503 for the win. Pinkelman 512 on a 511. Better reaction time went to Rick Wanamaker. Out of Ohio, Tiffin, Ohio to be exact, Aaron McCullough, FTI Performance Lane. From Mayville, Wisconsin, Greg Antonioni. Antonioni 429, McCullough 475. McCullough 475 on a 475. Antonioni 428.9 on a 429. He took the stripe. 006, 009 reaction time. Ryan Sparks, FTI Performance Lane. Tyler McCurry, Lane Automotive. McCurry 502, 448 for Sparks. So again, double door cars and yellow. Also green. Green door cars. Well, evidently Sparks was broken. So Tyler McCurry, 520 on a 502 will get him the win. Chris Koslick, FTI Performance Lane, 490. 486 for Karsten Bloom, Lane Automotive side. Karsten Bloom, 487 on a 486 for the win. Chris Koslick breaks out, 489 on a 490. All of the buildings are open. We have plenty of good cold ice cream over there. Drop over and grab some. Lots of cold drinks. Plenty of food. Stop over. It's about dinner time for some. So tonight, no extra races, no gamblers races. Just give somebody $50,000 when we're done here. We'll see if it happens to be one of our former winners. This is year 28. We've never had a double winner. Longest running and one of the first big money racket racers around. Now, yeah, today there's lots of big bracket races. There's one yesterday that paid $300,000 to win until they found out it was prorated. And it didn't even pay close. Mike O'Rourke Jr., 606 to dial in. This is no box. 606 to dial in. Lane Automotive side, 650 for Mike Gramlich. Gramlich, 650 on a 650. Jake Foster. Jason Kiefer. Foster at 610, FTI Performance Lane, 640 for Jason Kiefer. Kiefer gets the win, 640 on a 640. 611 on a 610, 002 margin of victory for Kiefer. Kelly Smith, Joel Young. Young in a Camaro, Smith in a Roadster. Smith won it last night. Young, 615 on a 615 with a 3. Kelly Smith, 510 on a 509. Young, slightly better reaction time, gets the win. Jake Huntington, Warren Smith. Smith right-hand lane for 594. 758 for the Roadmaster, the Buick. So Huntington and Smith. Win light goes to Warren Smith, 594 on a 594. Back into the $50,000 to win World Super Pro Challenge. John Parks, 514, Lane Automotive side. Danny Angel, 607, FTI Performance Lane. Winlight Park, 615 on a 614. 16 light moves him to the next round. Angel, 609 on a 607. FTI Performance Lane out of Stanton, Michigan will be Jeff Lebford, 533. Jason Himmerline out of Unionville. Lane Aero Equip side, 547. Himmerline, double breakout. Himmerline breaks out by 4 thou. Leopard breaks out 531 on 533. Himmerline moves on. Falling Sweat, 627. That's the Vega right-hand lane. 1024 for the Cavalier from Ben Winslow Jr. Pauline, 629 on a 627 at a $1.08. Wenzel, 1021 on a 1024 breakout. Jason Jensen, right-hand lane. Nolan Blanchard, FTI Performance Lane. Jensen, 655. I'm sorry, Blanchard, 655. Jensen, 606. Jensen, 610 on a 606. 657 on a 655 for Blanchard. .506 to dial in for Gene Reynolds from Roseville, Michigan, Lane Automotive side. From Farmington, Michigan, Cody Height, FTI Performance Line, 625. Cody Height, 626 on a 625 for the win. Breakout from Reynolds, 504 on a 506. Troy Ridenauer, 561 FTI Performance Lane, Tippenden, Indiana. Ballman Racing out of Chesaning, Michigan. Troy, 561. Ballman, 521. Bauman, 521 on a 521 for the win. Red light for Troy Ridenauer. Billy Farrell, 613, Manitowoc, Michigan. Lane Automotive side. FTI Performance Lane, Chase McKay, 631. All door cars to lanes, please. All door cars to the lanes. Winlight Chase McKay, 631.3 on a 631. Larry Mireille in the Roadster. Bernie Vanderploeg in the 67 Nova. Vanderploeg, FTI Performance Lane, 597. Mireille, 581. Lane Automotive side. Winlight, Mireille, double breakout. Mireille breaks out by 5 thousandths. Bernie breaks out by 100. So Mireille moves on. Let's bring up John Bowes in the Corvette and Corey Micus in a 64 Chevy 2. Micus 581, right-hand lane. Left-hand side, John Bowes at 541. Micus 582, 117. 542 for Bose, 126. Daryl Pollock 595. Lane Automotive side. Bob Kasanka, FT Performance Lane, 553 for the 85-year-old. $597 on a $595 for the win for Daryl Pollock. Dead on 6 for Kasanka, but he missed a bolt. Blaine Anderson, Sean Carver. Anderson 618, FTI Performance Lane. Carver 559, Lane Automotive side. Been a good race. 618.7 on a 618, 559.3 on a 559. The Chevette of Kurt Harrington, FTI Performance Lane, 620 uns is dial in, 576 for Gary Fleener, 79 Z28. Gary Fleener, 578 on a 576. 624 on a 621 for Harrington. So Fleener pulls it out. A.J. Ash and Bennett Racing Team, FTI Performance Lane, 640 for Bennett, 577 for Ash, right-hand side. Win light goes to A.J. Ash, 577.9 on a 577. Eddie Hall, 612, right-hand lane. Craig Everhart, 601, FTI Performance Lane. Headed down track, could be. No. Everhart had a 009 light and lost that race. By 001, 613 on a 612, Eddie Hall pulls out the win. West May, Aaron Vale. They know each other. 675 for May, 674 for Vale. Vale, right-hand lane. It's all up to dial in, really. Aaron Vale gets the win. He runs dead 674.4 on a 674. West May runs 675.0 on a 675. There was 5 thou in reaction time for Aaron Vale. A.J. Selleck gets the win, 566 on a 565. Marchini, 530 on a 529. Selleck moves to round 4. Double dragsters, and yellow. Double dragsters and yellow sticker dragsters. 3 and 4. Nick Folk, right-hand lane. Dave Casper, FTI Performance, left-hand lane. Folk, 578. Folk, 578.9 on a 578 for the win. Casper, 635.9 on a 637 breakout. Steve Smith, FTI Performance Lane, 565. Jerry Klaus, 639 in the pickup truck. So again, double dragsters, and yellow run sticker dragsters to lanes 3 and 4. Steve Smith gets the win, 569 on a 565. Klaus, 640 on a 639, but he was way off on reaction time. Art Reed in the Chevette, FTI Performance Lane, 654. 571 for Steve Mikas in his Rally Nova, right-hand lane. Mikas for the win, 572 on a 571. Reed was dead 1, but won a thou red. Mike O'Rourke Jr., FTI Performance Lane. Chris Fleener, right-hand lane. 587 for Fleener, 606 for O'Rourke Jr. O'Rourke, 606 on a 606 for the win. 587 on a 587 for the loss. Reaction time basically was a big difference, a 008 to a 21. Jeff Westinghausen, the second, 680 the dial, FTI Performance Lane. Chris G., Bear Lake, Michigan, in his Mustang, down to 568. Win light goes to Jeff, 681 on a 680. Chris G, 571 on a 568. Lane Ledford, FTI Performance Lane, 574. Skylar Drews, 613. Lane Ledford gets the win, 574 on a 574. Drews, 613 on a 16. Wow, great race. Ledford had the better light. Brett Williamson, 609, FTI Performance Lane. Brandon Lang, 580, right-hand lane. Goes through. So he'll move on to the next round. Danny Angel. Pete Brown. Brown, 551, right-hand lane. He's from Eaton Rapids. From Pentwater, Danny Angel in the Mustang. Pete Brown, 550 with a 9 on a 551. He breaks out, but already had the win at a 007 light. Cody Hyde, FTI Performance Lane, 647. Same car that won last year. Here he still is in round 3. Bob Mandel, 517. Gorgeous, 69 Chevy Camaro. Cody Height, 647 on a 647, had a 009 light. Mandel breaks out by 5 thou, trying to get there. Tom Bueller, FTI Performance Lane. Scott Taylor in a Camaro Roadster, Lane Automotive side. Dragsters to the lane. Win like Tom Bueller, 626 on a 625. Well, that's a surprise. Bueller picked up that win by 5 thousandths. I think I know what happened, but I saw the brakes lights flash. Yes. I didn't say it though. Final call, door cars. Final call, door cars. Will Crawford, Tom Jones. Wow. Crawford got a freebie. He is at 646. Golly. Devin Payton hard on the car coming out of the water, 608. John Hamilton into Mopar, 592. .594 on a 592 for Hamilton. He picks up the win. 610 on a 608 for Devin Payton. So we're going to have to wait a moment and dry Mr. Hamilton's fuel because obviously he has a big opening on that tank and it was open. So remember, we do have ice cream over at the concession stand. Lots of it, and it's good stuff. Event t-shirts are over there. Jeff Burtis, 578. Burtis, FTI Performance Lane. Himmerline, Lane Automotive side. 548 on a 547 for the win for Himmerline. Jeff Bertelsmann 007 red. Jeff Ledford, FTI Performance Lane. Billy Farrell, right-hand lane, 613 for Farrell, 531 for Ledford. Jeff Ledford, 434 on a 431 for the win. 614 on a 613 for Billy Farrell. Chase McKay, Jason Jensen. Jensen 605, right-hand lane. McKay, FTI Performance Lane. .609 for the win for Jensen. 632 on a 631 for McKay. Jensen had a 002 light. Sean Carver, FTI Performance Lane. Warren Smith, Lane Automotive side. Smith and a Mustang, 594. 559 for Carver, FTI Performance Lane. Smith, 595 on a 594. 561 on a 559 for Carver. So Smith moves on. Gene Reynolds and Joe Ballman will be the next pair. Ballman, 521, right-hand lane. Reynolds, 504, FTI Performance Lane. All dragsters to the lanes, please. All colors to the lanes. All color dragsters to the lanes, please. Winlight Ballman, 524 on a 521. Reynolds, 508 on a 504. Ballman moves on. John Parks, right-hand lane, Camaro Roadster, 514. 448 for Bailey Ferraro and the dragster. For Parks. 470 coasting through for Bailey. He knew he had to win. Colin Estes, 502. Right-hand lane from Rockford, Illinois. Rob Lutsky, Kent City Racer. FTI Performance Lane, 489. Estes, 503 on a 502. Breakout for Lutsky. FTI Performance Lane, Aaron McCullough, 475, Tiffin, Ohio. Temperance, Michigan, Kirby McClanathan, 444. Sorry, 441. McCullough gets the win, 477 on a 475. 442 for Kirby on a 441. Trey Goodson, FTI Performance Lane, 503. JP Schuster, 462 right-hand lane. .463 on a 462 for the win for Schuster. 504 on a 503 for Goodson. Just didn't get the job done. Right-hand lane, Matt Hewitt, 484. He's from Milan. Mike Fuquay from Tennessee, FTI Performance Lane, 459. Red light start for Hewitt. Dead on one for Fuquay. He'll go to round 4. Jim Thurston, FTI Performance Lane. Karsten Bloom. Lane Automotive side. Bloom in at 485, 492 for Thurston. Thurston with a perfect light, 494 on a 492. Bloom kind of missed a light, 487 on a 485. John Bowes, 485 FTI Performance Lane. Mike Gramlich, 485. This will be a heads-up race. All dragsters to the lanes. All dragsters to the lanes. You've been called. When that goes to John Bowes. He breaks out 484 on a 485. Gramlich breaks out 483 on a 485. Bowes gets the win. Brad Antonioni, 485. Matt Gramlich, 491. 5 for the win. Spencer Massey, FTI Performance Lane. Troy Stone, right-hand lane. Troy Stone with a perfect light, 453 on a 452. Spencer Massey, 473 on a 472. Tyler McCurry, 502. Lane Automotive side, FTI Performance Lane, Austin St. Dennis at 482. .503 on a 502 for Tyler Curry. 486 on a 482 for Austin Dennis. Tyler Curry gets the win. McCurry gets the win. St. Dennis was 003 and didn't run his number. Matt Cornell, 496, right-hand lane. John Cook, 491, FTI Performance Lane. Goes red. Matt Cornell gets the win. Runs a 494.8 on a 496, but he'll move on to round 4. 491 with an 8 for John Cook. Not good enough. He went red. Jim Hamilton, FTI Performance Lane out of Fraser, Michigan, 463. Lane Automotive side, Rock Haas, 460. Hamilton 463 on a 463 for the win. Joe Kerner, 492 right-hand lane. Rick Wanamaker, FTI Performance Lane, 504. 494 on a 492. He'll take the win. 504 dead zero for Wanamaker with a red light. Richard Kirchin, Lane Automotive side, 476 from Fowlerville. Bill Swain, FTI Performance Lane, 458. Swain, 458 on a 458. Kirchin, 478 on a 476. Kirchin had an 11 light. Swain had a 22 light. Swain gets the win. Dustin Loins, Megan Lemon. Megan, 457. Loins, 510. So Dustin moving in very carefully. Megan's already there ready. Break out for Megan. 511 on a 510 for Loins for the win. Greg Antonioni, 428 the dial, right-hand lane. Bailey Ferraro, FTI Performance Lane, 448. 428 for Antonioni. Gets the win. 447.8 on a 448. 427.8 on a 428. Better reaction time for Bailey. Chuck O'Neill, FTI Performance, 455. Jason Preston, right-hand lane, 483. Goes to Jason Preston, 483.7 on a 483. O'Neill, 456 on a 455. Sean Parker and Jordan Parker. Jordan was the winner Thursday night, $10,000. It's in the family right now. 442.27 on a 452 for the win for Jordan. He had a 003 light. Sheen, 442.1 on a 442. Had a 22 light. Stacy Jones, FTI Performance Lane. Chris Koslick, Lane Automotive side. Koslick at 490. Stacy 521. Stacy moved over to the left-hand lane for this run. Koslick 481 on a 490. Dead on 421, but a 002 red light. She's been pushing the light all day. Finally bit her. Paul Wolf, Elena Haas. Elena, 462. 518 for Paul Wolf. FTI Performance Lane. .519 on a 518 for Paul Wolf. Paul had a perfect light. Elena, 462, dead 7, but she had a 58 light. No box winners, lanes 3 and 4 for pairing. No box winners, lanes 3 and 4 for pairing. Will Crawford, last night's winner, FTI Performance Lane, 462. Jared Ledford, 464, right-hand lane. Jared Ledford, 465 on a 464. Crawford, 464 on a 462. Ledford had a 14 light. Crawford had a 10 light. Ledford wins by 004. Andrew Christofferson, FTI Performance Lane, 485. Steve Smith, 487. Lane Automotive side. Christofferson, 485, dead 9. Had a better light, gets the win. Steve Smith breaks out, 486 on a 487. Here's Caitlin Smith, in case you think you're seeing double. Caitlin, Lane Automotive side, 464. Aaron McCullough, 476, FTI Performance Lane. 476.6 on a 476 for the win. Caitlin breaks out 463 on a 464. 007 light for McCullough. JP Huster. Kirby McLennan. Kirby at 442 right-hand lane. 462 FTI performance lane. Double door cars and yellow door cars, lanes 7 and 8. JP Schuster getting the win, 462 on a 462. Kirby, 441.6 on a 442. Rob Lutsky, FTI performance lane. Matt Hewitt, lane automotive side. Lutsky, 489. Hewitt, 484. Double door cars, lanes 7 and 8, and yellow run stickers, lanes 7 and 8. Lutsky, 489 on a 489 for the win, 007 light. Hewitt, 485 on a 484. Austin St. Dennis. Tyler McCurry. McCurry, 503 right-hand lane. St. Dennis, 482 FTI performance lane. Goes to Austin St. Dennis, 483 on a 482. McCurry broke out 502.8 on a 503. He didn't need to. He had a 5,000 light, but he didn't. Well, all the buildings are open. We'll have good food, ice cream, and the apparel building is still open for a little while. Mike Fuquay, FTI Performance Lane 459. Sean Parker, 442. Lane Automotive side. Winner Parker, Fuquay went red. Parker 441.8 on a 442. Jordan Parker, again, Thursday night's winner. 452 FTI Performance Lane. Karsten Bloom, 485, Lane Automotive side. Green colored stickered door cars, lanes please. Green colored stickered door cars. So doubles, yellows, and greens to the lanes please. On a 485 for the win for Karsten Bloom. Red light for Jordan Parker. Well, at this time, we'd like to thank everyone for coming out and joining us here at the Todd's Extreme Paint 28th Annual World Super Pro Challenge. Been a great weekend so far. We got $50,000 giveaway tonight and tomorrow morning. We're going to start all over again, no time runs, for $5,000 to win. Unfinished business, $50,000 just laying around here, and we just got to have something to do with it. We will be in just a few short rounds. Here are the no box semifinal. Joel Young, Mike Gramlich. Gramlich, right-hand lane, Young. FTI Performance lane. Gramlich, 650 the dial-in from Maybe, Michigan. 29-year-old salesman, 67 Camaro. Joel Young from North Branch, Michigan, 70 Camaro. Young in at 615. Six 14-2 on a 615 for the win. Jason Kiefer, Warren Smith. Smith in the Mustang, 590 for the dial. He's from Temperance, Michigan. Jason Kiefer from St. John's, FTI Performance Lane, 640. Win like Kiefer, 640 on his 640. So Kiefer will run Young in the final. And Kiefer will have lane choice. Back into the main event, Cody Height, FTI Performance Lane 626. He's from Farmington, Michigan, in the 85 Monte Carlo. Pauline Sweat, 74 Vega, 627 the dial in. She's from Sheboygan. Cody Hyde, 628 on a 626 for the win with a 006 light. 627 dead on for Pauline. Lane Ledford, Gary Fleener. Fleener right-hand lane out of Port Clinton, Ohio. 578. Ledford, 574 out of Stanton, Michigan. Gets the win. 578 on a 578 for Fleener for the win. Ledford, 576 on a 574. So Fleener carries on. Jason Himmerline, 547 in the Camaro. Mike O'Rourke Jr., 606 in his Firebird. FTI Performance Lane. Himmerline 548 on a 547 for the win. He had a 10 light. O'Rourke 610 on a 606. He had a 9 light. Himmerline moves on. Tom Bueller, Larry Miret. Bueller, FTI Performance Lane 626. Miret 579. Larry Miret, 680 on a 579 for the win. 626.9 on a 626 for Bueller. Miret, slightly better reaction time. He goes to the next round. Jeff Westinghausen the second. I believe that's who it is anyway. 681. AJ Ash, Lane Automotive side 577. $681.0 on a 681 004 package for Jeff. Ash, 578 on a 577. Aaron Vale, Blaine Anderson. Anderson out of Wisconsin. FTI Performance Lane 619. Vale from Indiana, 674. Win light goes to Anderson, 620 on a 619 for the win. Vale breaks out by a thou. Chase McKay, FTI Performance Lane. Jason Jensen, Lane Automotive side. Jensen at 606, McKay 632. Double dragsters, double enter dragsters, lanes 5 and 6. Double enter dragsters, lanes 5 and 6. McKay went red. Jensen used it as a time run, 6:05.1 on his 6:06. Ballman Racing, John Hamilton. Hamilton in the Mopar FTI Performance Lane. Ballman 5:21, Lane Automotive side. So double enter dragsters, lanes 5 and 6. Yellow and green dragsters, lane 5 and 6. Yellow and green, lanes 5 and 6. So double, yellow and green, lanes 5 and 6. John Hamilton, 590 with a 1 on a 590 with a 004 light 005 package. Bauman, 522 on a 521. Right-hand lane, John Parks, 514 in the Camaro Roadster. Steve Smith in his Grand Am, FTI Performance Lane, 567. John Parks, 514, 006 light, 008 package. Smith breaks out, 566 on a 567. Nick Folk, 578, right-hand lane, 533 for Jeff Ledford, FTI Performance Lane. So again, double-enter dragsters, yellow and green dragsters to the lanes. Folk 007 red. Ledford 534 on a 533. FTI Performance Lane, 551 will be Pete Brown, Eaton Rapids, Michigan. Out of Bear Lake, Michigan, Corey Micas, 582, right-hand lane. Like Corey Micas, dead 5. 582, 5 on a 582. Pete Brown, 551, 1 on a 551. Micas had the better light. Micas gets the win. A.J. Selleck, Darrell Pollock. Selleck in the Cavalier, 564 the dial-in, FTI Performance Lane. 596 for Darrell Pollock, right-hand lane. Win light goes to AJ. 564, 9 on a 564. Pollock 597 on a 596. AJ dead on dial. AJ gets the win. Eddie Hall, FTI Performance Lane, 613. Steve Micas, Lane Automotive side, 572. Winner Hall, 614 on a 613. At a 005 light, Micas breaks out. Brett Williamson, the 57 Chevrolet. 607's his dial-in, FTI Performance Lane. Will Crawford, 647. He's from Westland, Michigan. He won in the dragster last night. Here he is in a door car. All dragsters to the lanes. All dragsters to the lanes, please. Light, Crawford, 648 on a 647. Williamson, 609 on a 607. 009 margin of victory. Will Crawford. Cody Height. Ugly Betty, last year's winning car. 649, right-hand lane. Warren Smith in the Mustang. FTI Performance Lane, 592. Cody's still in it. 648 on a 649, breaks out by 2 thousandths. 007 light. Smith, red light by 4 thousandths. 590 on a 592. So all of our buildings are still open. All of the buildings are still open back there. Remember, we will do this all over again in the morning, 10 o'clock. Same time, same place, no time runs. Jason Jensen, FTI Performance Lane. Jason Himmerline, Lane Automotive side. Jason Jensen, 605 on a 605, 009 light. Himmerline, 549 on a 548. Dragster Dorkar. Bailey Ferraro. Bailey Ferraro, 447 FTI Performance Lane. Joe Ballman, 522 Lane Automotive side. So Ballman, Ferraro. Moving in very carefully. Joe Ballman, 522 on a 522 for the win. 449 on a 447 for Bailey Ferraro. So Ballman continues on as Mike Fuquay and Troy Stone find their way to the starting line. Fuquay, FTI Performance Lane, 459. Stone, 452 right-hand lane. Stone, 452.6 on a 452. 002 light, 008 package. 459.3 for Fuquay, but he had a 12 light. Stone continues on. J.P. Schuster, Chris Koslick. Koslick, right-hand lane, 483. Schuster, 462. Winner, Koslick, 487 on a 483 with a 17 light. 466 on a 462 for Schuster with a 13 light. 0004 margin of victory. Jim Thurston, 492 FTI Performance Lane. Joe Kerner, 492. This will be a heads-up race. Goes to Kerner, 492.0 on a 492, 492.5 on a 492 for Thurston. They had identical lights. Paul Wolf, Aaron McCullough. Wolf, right-hand lane, 518. He's from Michigan. Out of Ohio, Aaron McCullough, 475. Aaron McCullough, 475.7 on a 475 for the win with a 009 light. Wolf breaks out by 4 thou. He had a 005 light. So McCullough continues on. On a 495 for Cornell. He's still in it. 457.9 breaks out by 1,000. Billy Swain. Jim Hamilton, FTI Performance Lane 463. 502 for Colin Estes out of Rockford. Up the win. Hamilton 464, 463. Sean Parker 442. John Bowes from Ohio, 484. Bowes from Alveda, Ohio. From Kalamazoo, Michigan, Sean Parker. Final call for dragsters. Final call for dragsters. Parker 442.8 on a 442 for the win. 483.5 breakout for Bowes. No box final to the lanes, please. No box final to the lanes. Preston 483 on a 483 for the win over Brad Antonioni. Antonioni broke out by 5 thou. Jared Leopard, 464. Dustin Loins, FTI Performance Lane, 510. The Pro Cow Watcher versus the Exotic Dancer. I'm going to tell you guys, I ain't making it up. It's right there on the screen. Justin Loines breaks out by 1,000. Didn't bother him any. He had to win. So Loines will return. Rob Lutsky, FTI Performance Lane. Tyler McCurry. Lane Automotive side. Westland, Michigan versus Kent City, Michigan. Gets the win, 504 on a 502. Rob Lutsky breaks out by 3,000. Austin St. Dennis, Jordan Parker, Friday's winner, still in it right now. 452 the dial, 482 for Austin St. Dennis. Win light goes to Jordan Parker, 452 on a 452. He had a great 002 light. Austin St. Dennis, 484 on a 482. Bailey Ferraro. Andrew Christofferson. 485, right-hand lane. Ferraro, 450, FTI Performance Lane. Double entry door cars to the lanes, please. Double enter door cars to the lanes, please. Win light 450 on a 450 for Ferraro. Christofferson, 487 on a 485. J.P. Schuster, Aaron McCullough. Schuster, FTI Performance Lane. McCullough, 475, Lane Automotive side. McCullough, 475 on a 475 for the win. Schuster, 462 on a 462. 5 for Karsten Bloom. 485 on a 484. Yellow door cars, green door cars to the lanes, please. Yellow door cars, green door cars to the lanes, please. John Hamilton, you will be the potential Byron. John Hamilton, you will be the potential Byron. Well, all the buildings are still open. So there's ice cream over there for you. Calories and sugars, what everybody needs. Help those arteries. Wait a minute, I'm supposed to be talking up ice cream, aren't we? I'm sorry. All door cars you've been called. All door cars you have been called. Well, this is the final in no box. Winlight Jason Kiefer, 642 on a 640, 615 on a 614. Better reaction time slightly to Kiefer. He is the no box winner tonight. So congratulations, Jason. Jason Jensen, Cody Height. Height, 85 Monte Carlo, 626. Now both of these guys have been winners of the $50,000 race. One of them's going on. Dragster doubles lanes 5 and 6. Dragster doubles lanes 5 and 6. Identical likes. Cody Height, 627 on a 626 for the win, 606 on a 604 for Jensen. So Cody Height carries on to the round of, looks like 16. Roadsters a pair on the line. One's a Corvette, one's a Mustang. Corvette, Jeff Ledford, FTI Performance Lane 533. Larry Miray, 579 in a Mustang. Miray gets the win. 582 on a 579 for the win. 636 for Ledford and 536 on a 533. Miray moves on. Blaine Anderson, FTI Performance Lane. Gary Fleener, Lane Automotive side. Fleener out of Port Clinton, Ohio, 576. Anderson out of Wisconsin, 619. Gary Fleener gets the win. 76 on a 76. 620 on a 619 for Anderson. Corey Mikas, 582. I think it's Jeff Wistinghausen the second. seconds. 584 on a 582 for the win. 114. 680 with a 1 on a 680 for Jeff. FTI Performance Lane is Roger Parks at 513. Eddie Hill at 613, right-hand lane. 1 second separates them. Good race, 6:13.6 on a 6:13, 5:13.3 on a 5:13. 009 light for Hill gives him the win. A.J. Selleck in the Cavalier. FTI Performance Lane, 564. 549 for Jason Himmerline in his Camaro. All dragsters to the lanes, please. All dragsters to the lanes, please. All cars have been called to the lanes. All cars to the lanes. Win light, A.J. Selleck. Selleck, 008 light. 563.4 on a 564. Himmerline, 547.6 on a 549. So Joe Bauman comes to the line right now with his Corvette, FTI Performance Lane. Will Crawford in the truck, 646 for Crawford, 522 for Bauman. Win light, Bauman, 523 on a 522. Crawford, dead zero. Bauman, a 003 light, gave him a little advantage. So again, if you are in this round and you have a race car, you should be in staging. Jason Jensen, FTI Performance Lane. Cody Height, Lane Automotive side. 649 for Height, 606 for Jensen. Now, both of these guys have won the 50 grander before, and these are the cars they won it in. Height last year, but we're not to that point yet. We got a couple rounds to go before they get to that point. Jason Jensen wins it on a double breakout. Height had a 006 light and breaks out. Jensen breaks out, but breaks out the least. So Ugly Betty's out of here. Aaron McCullough, FTI Performance Lane. He's out of Tiffin, Ohio, 475. Out of Maumee, Ohio, Karsten Bloom, 485, right-hand lane. The win, 483, 2 on a 485. McCullough went 476 on a 475. Joe Kerner, 492, right-hand lane. Dustin Loynes, 510, FTI Performance Lane. Joe Kerner gets the win. He had a 009 light. He breaks out by 2 thou. Dustin Loynes had a 008 light and breaks out by 4 thou. Joe Kerner gets the win. Bailey Ferraro, 450 is his dial-in FTI performance lane. Sean Parker, 443 is the dial, Lane Automotive side. Light Parker, 003 light, breaks out, 442, 6 on a 443. Fierro broke out, 449 on a 450. Matt Cornell, FTI performance lane. Chris Koslick, 490. Cornell, 495. Cornell, a previous winner in a door car of the 50 grander. Cornell, 495.8 on a 495 with a 007 light. Koslick, 485 on a 490. Not good. Jason Preston, 483, right-hand lane. Troy Stone, 452, FTI performance lane. .36 on a 483, good for the win for Jason Preston. Stone had a better light, breaks out by 2 thou. Here's Jordan Parker. Tyler McCurry. McCurry, right-hand lane, 502 the dial-in out of Westland, Michigan. Jordan Parker, FTI performance lane, 452. I'll repeat it again. Friday or Thursday night's winner. I keep trying to give it to him for Friday night, but that was Will Crawford. Gets a win, 501.8 on a 502. Good for the win. So all the buildings are still open. I haven't been hitting them much lately, but they are still open. Jim Hamilton, FTI Performance Lane. Aaron McCullough, Lane Automotive side. Aaron McCullough, 475, right-hand lane. Jim Hamilton, 463, FTI Performance Lane. McCullough, 476 on a 475. 463 on a 463 for Hamilton. Speaking of Hamilton, this is John Hamilton. So in case you're wondering, he did not have to make that run. We do not require anyone to take the bye run. We did it last night. We're consistent, same as we're doing it now. Door cars, back to the lanes, please. Door cars, back to the lanes. Ironically, one of the reasons that round went so slowly is because we had several cars that were double entered in that round. A lot of that changed in that round. All of that double entry has been resolved. There are no double entered cars left. We got about 25 minutes left on the buildings back there, and I guess we've only got about 4 of the event t-shirts left. If you want one, you might go back and see what we have left. One thing we've been tracking is there's 27 years, there's never been a repeat winner. This year, there could be. I believe this is as close as we've come. So we got cars in the lanes. We'll be coming out in a minute to find out. Why is he hiding on this side? Hello. Well, again, so far we've had an awesome show, and we hope to continue that for about 4 more rounds. And then there'll be a party right down in front of that building. Well, here we go, coming around the corner. 17 cars this round. 16 out of our regular program, and of course, per the flyer, we add the no box winner into this round. So that gives us 17 cars coming into this round. The no box guy got $2,000, and even if he can't cover against the boxes, he'll still pick up a round money win here. 17 cars total coming around the corner. The door cars first, and we'll be calling the dragsters. Dragsters to the lanes, please. Dragsters to the lanes. All dragsters to the lanes, please. And here's the no box winner, Jason Kiefer, FTI Performance Lane, the Olds Cutlass, 641. The Mustang Roadster of Larry Miret, 580. Goes to Scott Kiefer, the no box car with a great 004 light. Miret totally missed a light. Kiefer moves on. AJ Selleck, FTI Performance Lane, 563. And the Cavalier. Eddie Hall, 86 Cutlass. Lane Automotive side, 613. To call on reaction time, win light's going to be Eddie Hill, 611 on a 613, 661 on a 663. Win light goes to Eddie Hill. I'll tell you, AJ did a heck of a job in that car today, since that's the first time he's driven in a race. Corey Micas, right-hand lane, 583. Cody Height, 628. Micas and Height. Micas, 583 on a 583 for the win. Cody Height, 626, breaking out. So Micas continues on. John Hamilton, FTI Performance Lane. He's in at 589, and Gary Fleener's in at 575. Gary Fleener gets the win, 580 on a 575. Hamilton having problems with his car, doesn't run his number. Had a great 002 light. Remember, it couldn't make the pass the round before in the bye. Still got his problem with him. So you got about 15 minutes on the buildings, about 15 minutes left on the buildings. So all cars have been called back to the lanes for this round. All dragsters have been called back. One more time to remind you that if you have anything that you need to pick up from drag race results or DRS, they'll be leaving tomorrow, so you need to get them probably before much longer. I see the door's still open, but so Mr. Gramlich in the no box and Mr. Smith in the no box. You do have a $100 gift certificate up here in the tower for each of you for semifinalists in the no box. So semifinalists in the no box. The losers, we got a extra $100 gift certificate in the tower for you. If you don't want to come and get it, earphone. Here we go, guys, coming around the corner. Jason Jensen, 604, Lane Automotive side. Aaron McCullough, 475, FTI Performance Lane. Jensen out of the Grand Rapids area. McCullough, Tiffin, Ohio. right, Aaron McCullough, 475, dead 8. Jensen, 605 on a 604. Jensen had a 001 light. McCullough had a 004 light. McCullough runs dead on 8. Jensen, 605 on a 604. And now there's one. One driver left that could possibly pull off being the second winner of the 50 grander. Tyler McCurry, Sean Parker. Sean, 441, right-hand lane. McCurry, 502, FTI performance lane. McCurry, 502, dead 8. Sean Parker breaks out by 5 thou. Wouldn't have mattered. He was done the minute McCurry let go of the light with his 002. So McCurry moves around to the next round. Karsten Bloom, Jason Preston. Bloom, 483, FTI performance lane. Jason Preston, 483. Lane automotive side. Maumee, Ohio versus Six Lakes, Michigan. Goes red, Jason Preston. Still there. Preston, 482 on a 483, breaks out by 8 thou. He used it as a time run. Karsten Bloom, 482.4 on a 483. Here's Matt Cornell and Joe Kerner. Kerner, 492 from Merritt Island. From Monroe, Michigan, Matt Cornell, FTI performance lane. How about a 003 package for Matt Cornell for the win? Joe Bauman gets the buy. 522. Dead 8. 522.8 on a 522. Door cars back to lanes. Door cars back to lanes. Dragsters back to lanes. Well, heck, let's just do all cars back to lanes. Matt Cornell. Matt Cornell. You will have the bye run. Matt Cornell, you will have the bye run. We need our cars to the staging lanes, please. All cars to the staging lanes. Keith, are you going to make it to the final, buddy? All right, here we come around the corner. We got race cars coming. Drivers are in, buckling up, we're ready to go. FTI Performance Lane, the winner of our no box category. moved over into this category. Jason Kiefer. Corey Micus in the Chevy 2, coming out of the water right now. Micus, 483. 63 Chevy 2. He's from Bear Lake area. Kiefer, FTI Performance Line, 639. Like Micah's 585 on a 583 at 111. Kiefer, 640 on a 639. Eddie Hall, 612. Vicksburg, Michigan, 86 Cutlass. Gary Fleener, 576. Port Clinton, Ohio. Winlight 577 on a 576 for Fleener. Eddie Hall. Hall lifted early, I heard it, and still broke out by 11. Tyler McCurry, FTI Performance Lane. 502 the dial in, FTI Performance Lane. Lane Automotive, Joe Bauman, 522. Door car against Dragster. Bauman, 523 on a 522 with a perfect light. McCurry, 501.1 on a 502. Jason Preston, 482. Six Lakes, Michigan. Aaron McCullough. Aaron McCullough, 474, FTI Performance Lane. McCullough, 575 on a 574, 004 light. Preston, dead on 7, 20 light. Matt Cornell, FTI Performance, 495. Matt Cornell, 003 light, 494.3 on a 495. That will put us on the ladder. I guess just for the sake of information, we're down to 5 cars. Never been a repeat winner. 2 of these 5 have won the 50 grander. The odds are getting slim and slimmer if we'll get to year 29 without a repeat winner. Still very possible tough racers in here. 2 of 5 have already got a win of $50,000. Okay, here's your pairings. Matt Cornell. You'll have lane choice over Corey Mikas in the Chevy 2. Joe Bauman. You'll have lane choice over Gary Fleener. Aaron McCullough, you'll have the bye. Winners back to the lanes, please. Winners back to the lanes for round number 8. So again, all cars back to lanes, please. All cars back to the lanes. Mr. McCullough, we need you to the lanes, please. Aaron McCullough, we need you to the lanes, please. Well, we're getting the drivers in their cars right now. We all know what's going on. Come on. Well, cars coming to life for round number 8. The Todd's Extreme Paint 28th Annual World Super Pro Challenge. Round number 8. FTI Performance Lane will be the dragster of Matt Cornell, 494. Corey Mikas will be in at 583 in his Chevy 2. Mikas, Lane Automotive side, and the Chevy 2's from Bear Lake area. Cornell from Monroe, Michigan. Cornell is a former winner of this race. He won the infamous fog race in a Camaro. Cornell continues on. Matt Cornell 493.9 on a 494 at a $138. Mikas 582 on a 583. Gary Fleener, FTI Performance Lane, Port Clinton, Ohio, 576. Joe Bauman, Chesaning, Michigan, 522 in the Corvette. Bauman 523 on a 522. With an 017 light, he moves on to the next round. That'll be round number 9. Aaron McCullough, 474 from Tiffin, Ohio. Won the race in 2001. 2 out of 3 cars left have won the race, all except Joe Bauman. Strictly looking at lane choice right here. .574.4 with a 008 light. Good run. Okay. Here's our situation. Interesting. I've never been here. We rarely run into this situation, but all three of the finalists have had a bye. By our rules, on our flyer, the best reaction time in that round will get the bye. That'll be Mr. Aaron McCullough. Joe Bauman will run Matt Cornell. McCullough will have the bye to the final. And Joe Bauman will have lane choice. All winners back to the lanes, please. All winners back to the lanes. And one thing we need to ask, there's a lot of vehicles running around here. Everybody wanting to come up to the finish line, starting line, and look around. Saw a couple bicycles up there. We really don't want bicycles up in the staging lanes where the race cars are. We really don't want bicycles up in the area. So if you would, please respect us and take the bicycles, keep them out of the staging lanes, keep them out of the starting line area up here. Would appreciate it. I know it's being a bad guy, but sometimes you just have to do it. Again, we need all finalists to the staging lanes, please. We have 2 out of 3. We need one more finalist. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, semifinal coming around the corner. Our situation, our record of never having a repeat winner is in jeopardy. Serious jeopardy. But we'll see how it turns out. 3 tough racers, all want to win. They're just about ready to come around the corner. Cornell, FTI Performance Lane, 494. Cornell lists him as 34 years old, him out of Monroe, Michigan. So that means that he must have been about 24 years old when he won the Night of the Fog. Joe Bauman, 521 out of Chesaning. What a great racing family. Each week he's here. 3 junior dragsters, a truck, a Corvette, and will help anybody. Right now he wants to help himself to $50,000. 521 for Bauman, 491 for Cornell. This is a semifinal for the World Super Pro Challenge, Todd's Extreme Paint Race. This is going to be close. Both drivers are double O. Winlight goes to Cornell, 493.9 on a 494 breakout. Bauman breaks out by 9. Cornell took the stripe by 005, which was the difference in reaction time. Cornell was 004, Bauman was 009. What a drag race. Well, I can tell you this at this time. The 2 racers left have both had a $50,000 World Super Pro Challenge win. The record just got broken. All that matters now is which one's it going to be. Matt Cornell or Aaron McCullough. And they won it 10 years apart. Do the math on that one. Aaron McCullough moving to the right-hand side in case he doesn't get lane choice with this reaction time. Matt Cornell will have lane choice in the final. I'm not one with numbers. I need all my fingers and toes. But in 2001, Aaron McCullough won the World Super Pro Challenge. In 2011, 10 years later, Matt Cornell won the World Super Pro Challenge. What year is this? 10 years later, 2021, they'll come back and meet in the final. Well, the only thing I'll advise when it's quiet is the golf carts in front of the tower. As soon as these guys go down the track, you'll need to move because he's coming right back up there. Might run over you. Hell, he's going to be so happy. So certainly sit there and watch the race. This ought to be good. Okay, gentlemen, finalists back to the lanes. We need the finalists back to the lanes for the finish of this event. Quite honestly, we're about out of our 12-hour allotted stream, so we're cutting it close, but we'll get the final in. But we do need the finalists back to the lanes. Mr. McCullough, Mr. Cornell, we'd really like you to join us for the final. I see Mr. Cornell coming around the corner, headed to the final. Aaron McCullough just had to see him go by. I'm sure he's going to be right here with him. I can see the second car on its way to staging, as we're just minutes away from having the final for $50,000.